Look, I'm going to need you all to not be too excited about the DVD logo, because that makes me feel very inferior. All right, this is my insecurity. The fact that a bouncing DVD logo is more entertaining than me, and unless you all calm down, then there will be no stream. Emily, I can read that you're saying you're sorry, but like I don't feel it. I'm gonna be real, I don't believe it. That's what it is. I want to believe it, I really do. I want to believe you. We need a new Twitch category. I want to be able to believe that you want me to be here. But the more I am here, the more the DVD... I'm sorry, please don't be upset. You know, I'll try, Emily. I'll try. But, like, hang on. Maybe I'll put the camera on in a minute. Let me go and get a cup of tea. And then I'll think about it. God, I hope this is a normal weekday stream. Okay, that's fine. And you know what? Now we can begin. Now I can open the camera up. We can turn the light on. We can get some... I've just rolled out of bed as well, so ignore the bed head. Because that's just what happens. That's just the vibes. That's just the way that the hair looks in the morning. Maybe we could stick on the old... Take the logo. No more logo. No more logo. Deal with it. I'm going to put this light on over here, actually. Hang on. This needs to be on. And... oh, there we go. Perfect. Now I'm side lit. Which is what we say in the business. Capch, don't you... Emily, you're doing too much now. You're doing too much. You're cheering. You're too excited. And you know what? I don't believe you anymore. I don't believe that you are actually as excited as you are pretending to be. This is the natural look of the Warlock. The Warlock is the rogue of the mage. I know it sounds complicated, but when you think about it, that is true. Right? The Warlock is the rogue of the magic classes. Bring back the DVD logo. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing this. Emily says, what can I do to make you feel better? Emily, you're already subscribed. So that's everything you could possibly do. Is the rogue the warlock of the... No, the rogue is the warlock of the melee classes. And the warlock is the rogue of the magical classes. Now, I also managed to gain 3 levels yesterday. I'm currently level 36, so I think we should do the Scarlet Cathedral or the Armory. Anyone up for Scarlet Monastery, Cath, or Arm? Warlock is the... It's not just a phase mum of the mages. And you know what I've discovered? I have discovered the reason I love the Warlock is because of the armor set that you can get at the end of them. You know what? Veronilla, if you can heal the Scarlet Monastery, do it. You can DPS the armor. How about this? Let's grind the armory to get us ready for the cathedral. Let's burn... Let's XP grind the arm then. We got this. So we've got a healer. We've got a tank, to be fair. No, you can DPS, Brendan, you're a tank. Need a tank... and DPS for Scarlet Monastery Armory. Yo, yeah, look, I mean, look at this. Let's be real. Look at, if we go to this, and then we go to collections, tier sets, tier 6 Warlock set. I mean, look at that. That's pretty cool, you've got to admit. But I mean, look at these things. These things are absolutely ridiculous. They're so cool. They're cooler than the mage, which honestly just looks like a bit of a nerd. Like, that's the guy. That's you. That's the guy she tells you not to worry about. All right? That is, I mean, look, see? That's just a guy that likes doing card tricks. That's a freaking wizard right there. See? Floating shoulder pads. I mean, look. That's just a dude that's cold. That's just a mage that stood at the back of the freezer for a while. This, however, we can forget about that one. That one doesn't matter. That looks like a mage just made his own cosplay. Whereas that is the same, but different colors. It doesn't work as you go further down the sets. But my point still stands further up the sets. All right, so think of the first examples that I gave you as the ones that you should really focus on. Don't look at the other examples that I gave you. Well, if it isn't the World of Warcraft hater coming back. Fabi, what makes you think that? I still can't tell if people are being ironic or post-ironic. Need tank and DPS for Scarlet Monastery Armory. Josh, I love Cyberpunk and I love your video on it. Oh, thank you, Stone. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Whelm. Civ, that's quite clever. Whelm. What do we have here? I'm rage baiting, don't worry, I love you, mate. Okay. We need a tank, and we need a thingy. DPS. Tank and DPS for the Scarlet Monastery Armory. The problem with training multiple characters, especially during the week, is that there are other people who are at work. And that's, honestly, that annoys me. It irritates me that people are not grinding their characters to help me, honestly, 24/7. Is the guild still active? Remarkably so. I mean, right now, to be fair, right now, we do only have 84 people online. Now, if we don't show offline members, we have 84 people online. Now, who? Anyone for Scarlet Monastery Graveyard Library? Yeah, sure, which? You want to join us? Which, come and join us. We will do the library. And then which, we just need... Now we just need a tank. Just need a tank now. If we can find a tank, we can do this. Need a tank for Scarlet Monastery. What do you think? How important is character customization in MMOs? It depends on the individual player. Some players care, some players don't. The MMO genre is so big, it's very difficult to ascribe a definite yes or no, this is needed, this isn't needed, based on it. The genre is so big. That's like saying how important is character customization in first-person shooters. Because it depends exactly what the game itself is trying to go for. It depends on what. Give me a second. Who else wants to be invited to the guild? Yeah, it depends what the game is trying to go for. It depends the exact audience and demographic it's trying to aim at. It is, to be fair, expected, but you don't want it to be overwhelming either. Josh messed up. Deleted this character. Restarting the character was easy. Kick from the guild. Yeah, sure, why not? Get back involved, you cheeky little chap. Any tips, something other than don't, for someone who likes WoW but only has an hour a day to play to not burned out from the lack of progression? Fim, if you're playing the game solely to progress, then you have to accept at some point that you're going to make an hour's worth of progression in an hour. If you want to progress more than an hour, find yourself a way to have more than an hour. If you can't find yourself a way to have more than an hour, honestly, treat it like an adult and understand that you have an hour a day to play. That's the most direct answer to that. If you have X amount of time and you're getting annoyed that you aren't progressing more than X amount of progress, then the choice is either deal with that and just accept that's how fast you're going to go, or find a way to change your life around to give yourself more time. That's the only two answers that matter there. My tips for someone who likes to play WoW but only has an hour a day is play for an hour, enjoy it, and if you don't enjoy what you're playing, ask why you're playing it. No one is rushing you except yourself. And if you feel the need to rush yourself, why? Do I think the latency would be too much if you played on Thunderstrike from Canada? I don't know. I'm not the god of latency. I'm only a small demigod of lag. So you might need to just give it a go and find out. We still need a tank. Need tank for Scarlet Monastery. Is anyone able to tank the SMA? The SM. Okay. Any tanks for Scarlet? SM Lib. Hey, just tuned in. How's my god of latency doing today? Krayla. Demigod of lag. We can't... Don't make me think that I'm all arrogant and whatnot. You reckon a Warlock is dependently more useful than a mage? A Warlock is just a mage that listens to the Rasmus. That's what it is. The Warlock is the rogue of the mage. My new favourite daily routine is to check in on Josh and see how many levels he's dropped down. No, look, I've got level 36, alright? I've done pretty well. We just need a tank. Anyone want to tank? Scarlet Monastery Library. And if we cannot find a tank, need tank to take over Azeroth slowly. That's what we need. We just need a tank. The Scarlet Monastery. Libroir. Oh, how's my equipment doing? It's actually doing fine. I'd love to tank, but my level is too high. Well, then, unfortunately, you cannot. But I appreciate the wanting to do it. That's the important part. Is this going to be a thing where I have to level a tank again? Do I have to level a Paladin? Is a Paladin... A Paladin is the Paladin of the warrior. Did the stream get weird yesterday? Yeah, absolutely. It's the weekend warrior times. Unfortunately, you get the people that are off school or off work. Paladin is a good tank. Paladins are great tanks in TBC. Yes, Josh, level the Paladin, join us. I don't want to. You can't make me. But you know what? Fine. Fine. Okay. Team. Okay, team. Fur is in charge. We need a tank. And I must be it. I will see you in several weeks. This is not an alt. Listen, this is a problem solved. I am a problem solver. Should have said that quicker so you don't clip it. Listen, log out. Watch. I have two paladins that I could choose from. We have Strife Mummy, who is the sexy Draenei goat paladin, or we have Paladin, who is the buff Draenei male goat paladin. Who do we go with? Do we go with sexy Draenei goat mummy, or do we go with buff Draenei man? You can tank with the Warlock. No. No, I won't. MZ says Strife Mummy. We might need to go for it. Fine. Strife Mummy is continuing. Sexy goat lady. And then we can have an entire group. The problem is that I want the Paladin armor to be massive and chunky, and the Paladin armor is only massive and chunky on massive and chunky models. Go with a sexy dwarf lady Paladin. We could do. No, I think maybe we go back to Strife Mummy, because you guys enjoyed that. You can tank with Druids and Monk. Why Paladin? I think it's because Monk isn't in this version of the game, and Druids are no. Paladin armor looks best on humans, people say. I could make a Paladin, a human Paladin. Like, it's a crazy idea, but it could work. A human male Paladin. Like, how crazy would it be? What about a female dwarf Paladin? Look at her. All the enemies would punch her in the face purely out of instinct, which would make her the best tank. Maybe I do need to just do a human male Paladin. Because I don't think a human male Paladin could... I don't think that's been done before. I think it's quite a crazy idea. No. I have too many alts. The choice is between Strife Mummy and Paladin the Paladin. It's a unique idea. I bring unique ideas to the table. Human male Paladin is just me. I wouldn't... Am I a Paladin? Am I that much of a nerd? Druid, goat, Mummy Draenei. Pick the sexy goat lady or I'll be sad. Don't blackmail me like this. You look like a Paladin. Do I? I don't have a hammer around me, unfortunately. I could buy one. I could get a massive hammer. Okay, fine. We'll go with Strife Mummy. But I do need to learn how to tank again, okay? I do need to learn... I need to relearn tanking. Ah, yes. We're in Westfall and I'm immediately being attacked. Watch as I immediately use all of my Paladin skills because I can't remember what any of them do. It's okay, don't worry. We're equal level. We're equal levels. I'm going to use all my skills and see what happens. I'm going to unleash the beast. I'm pressing all the buttons. Holy light healing myself. If I can beat this, it is a symbol from above that I should have always been a Paladin. Your number 5 is a Priest's Smite skill. Righteous Defense. Come to the defense of a friendly target, commanding up to 3 enemies, attacking the target to attack the Paladin. That means that I have to focus on other people. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Like, I just want to run in and press a button that makes everything attack me and then not die. It deeply upsets you how long you have to spend in the Scarlet Monastery to then immediately replace it with plate quest rewards. Yes. You can just spam the ability, but you need to have a thing that you're actually attacking. Also, the shield is so small. I'm just sulking because I couldn't find a tank for the Warlock. That's all I'm doing. Like, if I could have found... a tank for the Warlock, I'd be doing that instead. Literally just sulking because I couldn't. It's a buckler. Yeah, so the point of a small shield is you basically just push it right in the enemy's face. Right, question is, what does the Paladin armor look like on a Draenei? Let's find out. Hang on. Right, let's see. The Lawbringer armor, it looks fine. The Battle Gear of Might actually looks quite boring. That looks kind of cool, though. What are the better sets looking like? Let's just have a look at the decent sets, the tier sets and whatnot. Justicia's okay. What about the dungeon sets? All right. So we go to the Burning Crusade, we go to collections, and then we go to... So hang on, tier sets. Is that the best possible set for the Paladin? Yeah, it's just not as imposing. Tier 2. Oh, Tier 2 is the famous one, isn't it? Yeah, Tier 2 is the famous one with the kind of like the skirt and the shoulder pauldrons that have the books and the daggers on them. I know that. That's right, run to Mummy to sulk. I'm just sad that I can't play the Warlock because there wasn't a tank. I don't want to be a tank. God, no one listens to me. No one respects me in this stream. That's the problem. Let's have a look at the quest that I should be... I don't even need to be here anymore. Let's just... I'm going to abandon these stupid, silly, dumb quests. Because these quests are grey and therefore give me no experience. You should look at the sets on your male Draenei if you want to see imposing. Armored dress is an underappreciated type of fantasy. It is. Tier 6 Paladin is the most Paladin set. I don't feel a connection. The problem is I wouldn't want to send Strife Mummy into battle. I would feel bad sending her into battle. Since when do you do quests? Since there's nobody around to tank the dungeons. We're not calling them Daddy Din. We could call them Daddy Din. We could call them Daddy Din the Paladin. You don't see her as a strong, independent goat lady. No, I see her as something to be coveted and protected. Palidad. I don't want to start like a new character though, again. Paladaddy. We're not doing these things. No, these are not happening. We've already got enough things. Right, where do I level up? So I'm currently in the... Where am I currently? I'm currently just east of... I'm there? No, that's Red Ridge. Although Red Ridge is the right place to go now. I should go to Red Ridge. And I'm currently in Westfall, so it's time to go to Red Ridge. If you make a human male paladin, you can remake Brother Hammerbane. I could do! That would be great. Pally Parent. Have any of your 30 characters made it to level 40? Yes. Thing is, you guys want to see endgame gameplay. That's what you want to see. I know you do. And I'm going to be honest, tanking with the warrior wasn't bad. It was really hard to hold aggro on more than one thing. And it was also really hard to hold aggro on one thing. That was my main struggle. It's not that we want to see the endgame gameplay. We want to see the satisfaction of finally hitting max level. I want to see you have fun no matter what you're doing. You enjoy the middle of the journey. Warriors are known for that. If you want aggro on more than one thing, you need a paladin or a druid. I'm going to ask a question, and I want you to respect it, and I want you to answer it without gloating, and I want you to answer it without doing that smug face. How does a druid tank? Anna has answered it in me. Anna just said furry. Anna, you've answered it straight away. Bear, raw, bare necessities. Josh, become a bear. Click swipe. Oh, thank you, Frostadamus Raid. I appreciate that. So I literally click swipe, and that's kind of it. That's done. That's how it works. Excellent. It's a worse... It just seems like a worse warrior. Like an objectively worse warrior. Swipe, 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 maul, swipe, swipe, swipe. You turn into a bear and dance, and then you'll be invited to furry conventions. Well, you've just sold me on never, ever, ever playing a... Just sold me on never, ever, 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 ever playing a druid. Now, I have just had a message from Veronilia saying they found a tank. And then I said, do you still need a DPS for the dungeon run? And then they said yes, and now I'm on my way. I want you to know I am fickle. All right, listen, the Warlock is truly me. The only reason I logged off the Warlock was because I was sulking. I have learned how to play the Warlock. Let me show you how the Warlock works. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? I'm sure you'll return to the Paladin someday. Did I get the Succubus pet? I did not. The Succubacy has not yet been achieved. Am I happy now? Kinda. May I have an invite to the party, please? Yes! Yes, there we go. Beautiful. Ah, this is great. Okay, cool. I will be on my way. Thank you. I'm going to be honest, that was just a phase, Mum. It was just a phase. How am I doing? He looks like a proper WoW enjoyer, not shaved and stuff. Thanks, Baneling. That's a really socially awkward thing to say. I'm glad you're here for that. Now, I did actually learn how to play the Warlock yesterday. Are you ready to see what happens? Anyone able to summon? If you aren't, I'll make my way over to the Scarlet Monastery. Where is the Scarlet Monastery? Like, if I were a Scarlet Monastery, we are here. Excellent. Can you summon, please? May I have a summon? Yes. Yes, I may. You beautiful people. Summoning a Warlock. What a power move. Thank you. Right. Allow me to show you how to play a Warlock. Who is ready to learn how to Warlock? I am also in Albuquerque and require a summon. Then I will summon you as well. Hang on. Yes, you're here. Cool mount. You'd love to learn the Warlock way. You want to see me lock the war. Is there space in the guild? If you message me in the game, there is. Just about. Did we... Oh yeah, hang on. That's the wrong action bar. That's the action bar I need. I do work so hard. I work very hard, I think. I think I'm probably the hardest working Warlock that's here right now. So we've got 1, 2, Bren, Nin, I'm a witch. Let's go! We'll start with the library. We'll do lib. Start with the library for balance, then we'll see where we go from there. Am I an affliction Warlock? No, no. I am a destriction Warlock. As in, I district the enemy's health to 0 by using destruction spells. You didn't mean it in a bad way. You had your years of wows too. Bane, I understand that you're backpedaling now, but it is very difficult to walk in and go, hey, you look like shit, well done. In a kind of kind way. It's possible, but it's very difficult. Right, allow me to show you how we are... First of all, we cast Demon Armor in case we ever get hit. Right, we don't want to be getting hit. That's a bad way of doing it. Now, if you were a good Warlock, I would be giving out health cookies to people. I don't have any of the soul gems, so I can't. Oh, so good luck, everyone else. I saw it as a compliment of your skill. Thanks, nobody. Josh, be careful. You have a gnome male in your party. We have a female dwarf paladin and a gnome male. Together, they make one human Warlock. Okay, so here is my rotation. You guys ready? First of all, you cast Shadow Bolt. That is the rotation. If there are more enemies, you cast Firestorm thingy, what's it called? Rain of Fire. Rain of Fire is a hot Shadow Bolt. I don't think he learned how to Warlock. I absolutely learned how to Warlock. Shadow Bolt and Rain of Fire are the two spells that you want to be casting constantly. A, B, C. Always be Shadow Bolting. And now I'm going to summon my little imp. Not enough mana. That's fine. Stab yourself in the face, make it a healer problem. Do you use your dots at all? Talon, I don't need to use dots. Dots stands for damage over time over time. And the thing with dots is that they imply that the enemy is alive long enough to be dotted. If the enemy is alive long enough that the dots would be relevant, I am simply not doing enough damage anyway. It's my job to do more damage, because more damage is more gooder. You forgot something in your single target rotation. After you cast Shadow Bolt, you need to remember to cast a Shadow Bolt. The reason I don't explain that to people is because honestly, if you can't remember that, you really don't deserve to be a Warlock. Like I've explained to people before, the Warlock is the rogue of the mage. Occasionally, oh wow, 2 locks, huh? Yes. Can you heal through that? So you're going to have I'm a Witch and me both competing to kill ourselves, and then you're going to have the Paladin trying to die through damage from the enemy. What about the running in and setting fire to yourself? That is honestly more of a vibe at this point, because my Hellfire does 88 damage to people around me. However, my Rain of Fire does 403 over 8 seconds, which is slightly more. You can cast other spells if you want different colours on the screen. That's a good point, actually. Warlocks decide what colour they want the majority of the screen to be. And Jono says, you feel like WoW has more strategy and tactics than Guild Wars 2. The dungeon pace is slower and actions matter more. Jono, I like Guild Wars 2, but I think you are onto something with that sentence. Guild Wars 2 dungeons to me feel like a Zerg rush. They feel like... Oh, thank you for the potion. Dungeons in Guild Wars 2 feel like everyone runs in, everyone spams all of their abilities, and then you gather all the enemies together, and then you just cast every AoE spell you have. It doesn't really matter what you're doing specifically. It's mostly just a case of running in and spamming everything. Now, I don't mind that. I guess whenever I play Guild Wars 2, I never feel that I know what I'm doing. Like, if you do a world boss or a train in the overworld, and you're killing lots of stuff, I know that I'm pressing buttons. I know that I'm involved, but, like, I don't know what I'm doing. Whereas within a smaller scale dungeon like this, I can kind of understand the vibes that I've got. Tell you what, though, our tank's doing pretty well. Question is, can our tank hold aggro from everything? And oh my goodness, it seems like they can. What if instead I smack myself in the face and then go and set myself on fire? Yeah. Alright, time for me to be on fire. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 has a thing where everyone is the tank and everyone's the healer, everyone's the DPS, don't they? Everyone can do everything. So there's not so much the Holy Trinity. I'm sure at higher level fractals you will need different skills and different inputs and stuff like that. But it very much does feel to me that Guild Wars 2 is a game where everyone just does everything. I think the healer's doing fine, to be honest. I am just constantly life tapping myself, though. And then everything dies. That was a good run right there, guys. That was great. Healer? If the healer is sweating, that's fine, because healer sweat restores mana. It's a soft trinity. That's the best way to do it. A soft trinity is a good way to describe how Guild Wars 2 is. The healer will be fine. It's a self-refilling mana potion. Yes, it is. Don't lick your healer. That depends how much of a good job they do and how they want to be rewarded. You can't just blanket say don't do that, alright? Some healers might be there for that exact reason. You feel like WoW Classic Dungeons are a good middle ground between modern theme park and old school Justice Zone. Yeah, it's... Remember that when World of Warcraft was released, it was designed to be effectively easier than EverQuest. That was kind of the point. You'll lick the healers but not play a druid. Yeah, man's gotta have standards. Ask for consent before licking the goat. Obviously. Of course you do that. You're not just going to run in and do that without asking, are you? What a crazy thing to do. Right, hang on, let me just stab myself before I start casting fire. What is a better wizard? A warlock or a mage? Because I'm having this conversation with myself a lot. If I want to just play like a DPS caster, warlocks are a good choice. Warlocks look cooler. But my real question, I suppose, is... What are more useful to groups? And I think the answer is probably mages, because they bring water with them. Mages are canonically wet, because they create so much water. Warlock, since mobs die faster. Perfect. Warlocks have summoning stones and health stones. Yeah, you'd think that a good warlock would use those, wouldn't you? You know, I should probably start draining enemies of health so I can gather up stones. Oh, here's a question for the warlocks in the chat. Is the soul stones that warlocks create, are they time limited, or do they just... do they stay in your inventory forever? The stones don't stack. I know they don't stack. I'm just wondering if they are unlimited. They're permanent. They're forever. Now, I know that the cookies and the soul stones go 15 minutes after logout. Can't you put them in the bank? Can you put the soul stones in the bank? Soul shards stay. Okay, gotcha. So the shards stay. And the shards are the things that you create, the green special things, when you kill the enemy. So if I do that now, and that enemy dies, I'll get a soul shard. So I need loads of those. Hang on. Okay, cool. So I want to farm soul shards for a while. Alright. So just farm soul shards, and that way... Can I put soul shards in the bank? I can put the shards in the bank, can't I? So I can have, like, an entire thing of soul shards. That would be fine. There's even a designated bad for shards with more slots, but you can only put shards in it. Oh, that's cool. Right, let's kill the Scarlet Adept over there. That was a good hold, well done. Yep, let's gather them all together. Lovely use of AoE. So how do you get the cool... How do you get the cool bag that only has those soul shards in it? It's okay, guys, don't worry. We pulled another group, but it's fine. We're doing okay. Let's kill this monk. Doing very okay. Just focusing in right now. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. I'm locked in. I'm focused. Class quest or tailoring. Hey Josh, show your Instapost and I'm currently at work and need a background noise. That's what I'm here for. I know that you don't want to focus. You don't want to pay attention on whatever you're meant to be doing. I'm here for you. Because the alternative is you've got to focus on your job. You don't want to do that. I know you don't want to do that. Don't you worry. Alright, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Right, give me your soul. You. Become a tiny gem. Haha, stupid tiny gem. Alright, let me grab this large, solid chest. That was clutch. Nah, never worried. Never worried. Boots of the Enchanter. I don't need those. I will, however, take your sweet nectar and your wild hog. God, you grab a large chest and the next thing you know, the wild hog is coming out. It's all going on in the Scarlet Monastery. It's crazy in here. Parsiville, don't you what me. That's the item that I got. It's called Wild Hog Shank. It was created from a giant chest. It's pretty mindless work right now anyways. That's great. I'm here to make sure you don't need to think. I think you should ask before grabbing someone's large, solid chest, I think. Yes, obviously. And then you should ask before pulling out your giant wild hog. But as long as everything is consensual within this dungeon, that's okay. Remember the 3 C's of being sexy. Consent, confidence, Shadow Bolt. What I'm going to do is start to slowly but surely drain the souls of people. And then after draining the souls... Yeah, there we go. Give me all of your little gems. Josh, I've been curious how streamers choose their mods at random. The Oracle. The Oracle foretells it. Becoming a moderator on a stream, believe me, is not a privilege. If anything, it is a deep, deep insult and chore. As any mod will tell you. It is basically the idea that you are the internet's janitor. I ponder the orb, its punishment detail, and yeah, it's unpaid labor. It's a curse, if anything. Are we going in here, behind us? There we go. I think the way that I choose a moderator is I ask myself, would this person make all the same choices that I would make? And if they would, they are not qualified. It's a case of asking, in all seriousness, with the complexity of the conversations that we have, would this person be able to keep a level head when emotions are running high? Have I ever read the Book of the New Sun? I have not. Tell me what that is about. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm pretty satisfied with the current Sun. Do we need a new Sun? Does it come with, like, DLC or something? Does it shine during the night? I want to know what happens with this. The Book of the New Sun. Is that like some kind of cult thing? I've not been into a cult for a while. I feel I've got some free time. Yeah, I think that we could definitely get into a cult. Nina, don't you die. Oh my, is that a dwarf paladin? It's like if Joyce wrote a sci-fi book disguised as fantasy. Gotcha. James Joyce? I've not read anywhere near enough James Joyce to be fully kind of clued up on the exact styles. This isn't a cult. Is this stream a cult? That's a question. We should probably ask that question every now and again. Is this a cult? What was the last good book I read? The last good book I read. So, the last good book I read was actually a horror book. And I don't read a huge amount of horror because I tend to really get into it, but it was a body horror with elements of... I suppose you've got kind of Lovecraft in it as well. It was about excess. It was about manipulation. It was about unending gluttony. And it was effectively about... It was a... What's the best way I can discuss it? It was a postmodern critique on the dangers of consumption and capitalism. It was called The Very Hungry Caterpillar. And the plot is basically it's a caterpillar. I'm going to be honest, the plot is pretty much summed up in the title. There was a caterpillar, and they're very hungry. So they consume. But the problem is they consume and consume and consume, and eventually they just keep eating and eating and eating, and they're never satisfied. So that's what that did. Are we a cult? That's a question. Oh, the artwork was fantastic. The artwork of the Very Hungry Caterpillar, very, very kind of Wes Anderson, very Lovecraftian. It was nice. And then they become a beautiful butterfly. They might do. I think the lesson that the Very Hungry Caterpillar was trying to teach was just eat whatever you want. That was the lesson. I think it was trying to. Is that like Hungry Hungry Hippos? The Lovecraftian game of endless excessive consumption? Designed for friends? Yes. Very much like that. Let's kill this monk first. You're not sure that you want to be a part of a cult where our leader still reads The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Listen. You do not outgrow books. Because some books, even written for children, still contain interesting lessons that you need to learn. For example, Mr. Strong is one of the Mr. Men books, and you know what it teaches you? It teaches you that if you are strong, you have to be a red square. That's just how that works. Mr. Tickle teaches you that you must have long arms and tickle people. Quite a hefty book, 22 pages. Yeah, but each page is packed with densely held information. The Boy Who Cried Wolf is a good book for kids. So, I have lots of soul shards. Would anyone like a cookie? Because I can create a cookie. Who would like a cookie? Because you are being... Do not resist, you are being fed. Chocolate chip. No, it's green flavor. So I assume it's matcha. Sometimes you gotta just give cookies away for free. This is how warlocks make people like them. Locked chest. Take this cookie. Your partner has too many of a unique item. God damn you. Fine. Soul stone. Oh, thanks. I'll take it. Right. Who wants the soul stone? Don't you normally soul stone the healer? You do, don't you? You know what? I think I'm going to do what I call a pro gamer move. And I'm going to soul stone... Right, because think about this. You can res yourself. So in theory, what we should probably do is soul stone the tank. Because that way, if the tank dies, the tank can just immediately get yourself back up. But I can create soul stones, which means I'm quite important. So what I'm going to do is a pro gamer move. And I'm going to soul stone myself. That way, when I die, I don't. That is the ultimate warlock move. To soulstone one's self. I ponder the orb. Yeah, exactly. Soulstone yourself so you can hellfire more hellfire after you've hellfired yourself to death. I'm going to life tap myself until this soulstone is needed. Then I'm going to stand here and do this. I don't understand why the other warlock isn't burning themselves, to be honest. They kind of should. I don't know how the enemy are immune to fire. It's fire. Is Warlock M male? Yes. In a way, a soulstone is just a 35% heal that you keep in your inventory at all times. I'm sure the healer would love two warlocks setting themselves on fire all dungeon long. That's fine, because if the warlocks both soulstone themselves, it's their problem. So much male armor, but where is the female armor? Philosophers still ask this question. We don't know. A wise man once asked that question. You know, I'll say our tank is doing massive pulls. And also possibly dead. Alright, good luck, tank. I am enjoying the amount of damage numbers that pop up when you play a warlock, though. Like, it's a huge amount of damage numbers. I don't quite... Oh, nearly died. Ho-ho! Nearly did a bit of a death. That was close, that was cheeky. That was a cheeky little attack. Maybe I'll need to level my mage at some point. The problem with a mage is, what happens when you run out of mana? You can't just punch yourself in the face and get more. Lyrian, that Requiem for a Dream. What was the movie about poverty and drugs called that was so good you only want to watch it once? Requiem for a Dream. Watch it. Absolutely watch it. But don't watch it again. And I think anyone that's ever seen Requiem for a Dream will understand exactly what I mean when I say it's the best film you never want to watch again. Super intense. You watched that movie because I mentioned it. What did you think of it? Everyone should watch that movie once. Yeah. It's so good. Like, it's genuinely so well made. Enter the Void is also a good film. That's about the climbers, isn't it? Tomb of the Fireflies is also pretty sad. Yeah, the most incredible movie that you will just never want to watch again. Best way to describe it. Incredible, but oh my goodness. Has there ever been a movie where I literally walked out of the theatre? I've already got the Robe of Dawn and the Hypnotic Blade. Need neither. Good job, guys. Want to try arm? I think we could do the armory. Go slow. We could do arm. Which? You're doing armory with us. Grave of the Fireflies, that's the one, yes. Grave of the Fireflies is a great, great film. And then leg after. We can, yes, arm and then leg. We can do armory with this team. There's lots of well-made films that you do just never want to watch again. There we go. But as far as walking out of the cinema goes, the only film that I turned off halfway through because I was just super duper bored was the Warcraft movie. I found the Warcraft movie, I've got it on DVD. I didn't go to the cinema to watch it. I got it on DVD, and halfway through I'm like, this is ridiculously boring. I cared about the orcs story. Like, the orc story was super cool. Loved the orc story. I think the orcs acting was way better. And then after getting into the human story, I'm like, can you just put the orcs back on, please, at this point? Like, I was really invested with those guys. Weirdly, the orcs had more humanity than the humans. There's a Warcraft movie? Absolutely. See, like the Horde, I preferred their story in the film. Right, 24 minutes left on my old Soulstone, which is great. Directed by David Bowie's son. Because nepotism is the best-tism. Yeah, the orc half of the movie was way better than the human half, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the movie isn't bad. I just found it boring. I didn't find it offensively, insultingly bad. I just found it dull. That's all it was. I mean, there's a couple of other films that I found dull. The second and third Hobbit films, I just couldn't emotionally resonate with. I mean, what was just the most dull film that I watched at some point? Trying to think. Guys, there's 2 more enemies here. If the tank could take them, that would be great. But after doing this, I will step away for a moment. Let me kill this conjurer for you. What was like a... What was a movie that you guys have watched that you just thought was dull? Not bad, just dull. And halfway through, just nothing happens. Okay, I'll tell you what I find dull. Most of the mid-tier movies with The Rock. There's an excellent YouTuber called Pointless Hub that if you get a chance to watch, I would absolutely recommend watching. And he did a really good breakdown of the mid-tier Rock movies. Things like Jungle Cruise, Rampage, any of those movies where The Rock is just The Rock. The new Jumanji movie, stuff like that. And it's not that I find them bad. It's that I just find them boring. I just find them dull. I don't find anything to engage with emotionally in that film. And I know that you're not meant to. You're not meant to find anything emotionally engaging. You're meant to just watch, you know, good-looking, rich people on screen pretend to be other characters. That's what you're meant to do. I understand that. But I just find that really dull when I could watch something like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which, to me, has such an emotional heart, a soul to it that's trying to say something about the human condition. And I think I just find movies that don't do that to be really boring. Yeah, that's a great way of lying. The Rock looks like he knows he's acting. I don't think The Rock's a bad person. I don't know him as a person. I'm not judging him as a person. And I'm not saying that he can't act. He can act. But he's not put in films because he can act. He's put in films because people want to go and watch The Rock. Hey, a large knapsack. Excellent. 12-slot bag. That is better than my 8-slot bag. Fantastic. We've got a better bag. I mean, the smashing machine was fine. Yeah, you cast Jack Black because you want Jack Black. A couple of people asked me, why do actors always play themselves? And I say, think about this. Imagine you are a Hollywood character. You're a Hollywood casting director. You've got all the money you need. Let's say you want to make a film. And someone says to you, statistically, more people are going to go and see this film if there is a guy in it who looks and acts like The Rock. Well, do you know who looks and acts like The Rock? The Rock. People often complain that these big, super, massive celebrities don't actually act. They just play themselves. And that is by design. That is because what they've done is they have found an archetype of a character that appears in films. And instead of saying, I am going to act as whatever character you need me to be, they simply say, I am going to act as this archetype. And therefore, if you need this archetype in a film, you cast me. Because that is actually a shortcut for the audience to know that that character is that archetype. Because the audience are often lazy. The audience want to know what kind of character they're getting quickly. The audience want familiar novelty. They want to see something that they immediately recognize in a way they've never seen it before. So when you take an actor who has played an archetypical character in every film they've ever been in and you put them into another film, you are not asking them to act like something else. You're asking them, as a job, to act exactly like themselves, because that's what the audience recognize. If you go and see a mid-tier action movie with The Rock, you know who The Rock's playing. The Rock's playing The Rock. Now, when we say character actor, what we tend to mean is an actor who does not always portray themselves, but instead portrays the character to a different degree. A great example of this would be Gary Oldman. Who does Gary Oldman play in films? Well, the answer is whoever the hell the film needs him to be, because he's really good at acting like whatever the character is acting like. The weird thing is Gary Oldman is, when you think about it, actually not very good at acting like Gary Oldman. Because we don't know who Gary Oldman is. We don't know what archetype he is always playing. We don't know who he's going to be. That is why people like to praise him as an actor. Daniel Day-Lewis is excellent at playing whoever the script needs him to be. Good actors are able to change around who they are. But successful actors are often able to find who films need the most and be that person. Action films will always need big, muscular, good-looking macho man, style guy. And The Rock has lent into that. So has Vin Diesel, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone. These guys pushed into not saying, hey, who can I act as? But instead saying, what do films need the most and how can I be that thing? Oh, the actor in spoof movies, Steve Martin. Yes, Steve Martin, absolutely. So Steve Martin was a serious actor, and Steve Martin was put into comedy movies and just told to play it seriously. And it turns out that he was just so good at playing it seriously that made things even funnier. Leslie Nielsen, that was the one. Leslie Nielsen as well. Steve Martin, Leslie Nielsen, and I'm really hoping that we can see an arc of this for Liam Neeson. Here's a good example as well. When people say, oh, that actor can't act, and your answer is they can just act as one thing, and that one thing is needed. Hugh Grant. If you want a good-looking, older chap, bumbling Englishman in your film, you cast Hugh Grant. That's fine. You grab Hugh Grant, you know exactly who you're getting. You're getting Hugh Grant when you put him in a film. You're going to have that kind of quintessential British charm. But my favourite film with Hugh Grant was Heretic. If you guys want to see Hugh Grant act in a terrifying way, Heretic is so good. That dude is scary. Yeah, he was sinister as hell in Heretic. It was brilliant. You saw the movie last week. I liked Heretic. I thought it was a good film. So this is a thing where people say, oh my god, that actor can't act. We've got onto this about me discussing films I found boring. I find films boring when they don't try and say anything beyond, we're going to show you something entertaining for the next hour and a half. Like, there's a film called 6 Underground, or is it 12 Underground or 6 Underground? It's a Michael Bay film. It's got, is it Ryan Gosling in it? It's either Gosling or Reynolds. It's one of those two. And it's an action film. There's lots of shooting. One of them's an ex-sniper, that kind of stuff. 6 Underground, that was the one. And I just find it dull, to be honest. I just find it boring. They're the films that I find boring. When I was in uni, I used to think that actors who only ever played one character were bad actors. And then I had to ask myself, are they bad actors or are they successful businessmen? Because if an actor can play... Consider this. Okay. And both can be true. This is the moment that I started to realize what I was doing and why it was affecting me. Okay, consider this. Have you ever noticed that the people who are the most willing to do the jobs that nobody else wants to do are the people that get given the shit jobs? Despite the fact that by showing you are willing to do the shit jobs, you would think you're going to be rewarded for your efforts and you're going to be commended for the fact that you are willing to try so hard and willing to work so hard. Let's imagine that you have... And this is going to understand it when you kind of get it. Let's imagine you run a business. You have 2 employees and you've got to kind of keep both of them. And you've got a job that needs doing. It's not a great job. You need someone to clean the toilets after a particularly bad night. And one employee goes, no problem, boss, I'll do whatever you need me to do. And the other employee goes, I am not cleaning the toilets. Okay, cool. You give it to the person who's willing to help. The next day, another annoying job needs doing. And you're thinking, okay, cool, well, I need someone to do the annoying job. And the employee who's willing to help goes, I'll do it, I can do anything. I'm absolutely fine, I'm here to help, I'm willing to help. So you give the bad job to them. And the other employee goes, yeah, I don't want to do that. And then the next day happens, and there's two jobs that need doing. One of them, super fun, super cool job. One of them, super annoying, super bad job. And the employee who's always willing to help says, yep, I'll do whatever you need me to do. And the employee who's not willing to help says, I'm only going to do the good job. As a boss, you've got a limited amount of time to make decisions, and part of you is going to say, okay, cool, you go and do the job you're willing to do, you do the bad job. After a while, the employee who is doing all of the bad jobs is going to sit back and think, hang on, I'm being really flexible, I'm being really agreeable, I'm being really easy to work with. Why am I being given all of these bad jobs all the time? And the answer is because you're being agreeable, because you're being easy to work with, because you have shown an aptitude for doing everything, you are then going to be put in places where the other people simply do not want to be. And unfortunately, this happens in the workplace a lot. I'm sure some of you have worked with people who just refuse to do the hard jobs and so get given the easy jobs all the time. Effort is rewarded with more work. Now, how does this relate to theatre? Well, I was in a couple of theatre shows many years ago, and people used to complain that there was an actor who only ever wanted to have the main roles. And if they didn't get into the main role, they didn't do the show. And everyone thought, oh man, what a dickhead. You know, what a horrible guy. I can't believe that if he doesn't get the main role, he walks. What a diva. Problem is, this dude was really good at acting. So a lot of the local theatre groups wanted him. The dude wasn't me. Me and him had kind of a rivalry thing going on. And then I started to sit back and think, hang on. Everyone else in the theatre group is willing to play whatever role needs to be played in order to make the show go ahead. But that guy is being difficult, and he is only accepting big roles. But he's doing it because he knows that he's good enough to get chosen for those big roles, which means all of his roles are big, which means he's only being cast as the main character. He has set up his archetype as main character. And everyone else hated it, but I thought from a business point of view, this guy was doing an incredible job, because any casting director that goes to any show is only ever going to see him as the lead, and he is going to be cast in people's minds as the leading man. Now, the leading man used to be a Hollywood archetype, and a lot of modern actors have tried to push into that as well. Was he good to work with? You know what? Yeah. He turned up, he did his job, he knew his lines, he knew where to stand. The two rules of theatre: know your lines and don't bump into the furniture. He did that really well, and everyone else got really irritated that they had to do the smaller roles that he wasn't willing to do. But in my mind, I thought, hang on, all he's doing is setting himself up for a career trajectory that he wants to have. And so the way this leaps back round is, there are many modern actors who many people will say only play the same character again and again and again and again. You know, The Rock, Jason Statham, Jason Momoa to a degree. And does that show that they have limited acting range, or does that show that they have incredible focus as to who they are? What's more beneficial? If you are an actor that can play every single role, it wasn't Henry Cavill, no. If you are an actor that can play every role, then you will not be top of the list for an exceptionally specific role, because your flexibility means that you can fit into any role that they aren't able to fill. If you have 10 actors and 9 of them can play any role you need, and one of them can only play the hero, then you're going to cast that guy first as the hero, because if you don't do that, you're not getting him in your show. By limiting what these actors are seen as, they limit what roles they get given, which you'd think would harm their career. But actually what it does is it sets their career on the trajectory that they want it to be. Don't most actors hate being a one archetype actor and it's not really up to them? I mean, yeah, most actors do dislike it because they want to push into the craft. They want to be able to explore artistic natures of the way the world works and the human condition. This is why Daniel Radcliffe pushed back from Harry Potter and did Equus, which is a very challenging role to do. So if you look at the actors who are effectively trying to explore how they can act better, then yeah, they're going to get annoyed if they're typecast. But if you have an actor that enjoys playing one type of character and one type of role and it pays well and it's effectively a stable, safe career, then that's it. If your job as a boss is to organize a group of people to all fill the various roles you need them to fill, and you have someone who can only fill one type of role, in order to make your job easier, you're going to put them in that role immediately first. You're going to effectively get rid of the people who are not flexible by putting them in a spot that they don't need to flex from. And when you get down to the final few roles that you need to fill, you're often then left with the more flexible actors who are able to do whatever they need to do. So why did I give up acting? I was working theatre during the early days of the pandemic, and when COVID shut all of the theatres down, pretty much everyone lost their job overnight. Actors lost it, theatre managers lost it, stage directors lost it. We had entire theatre troupes who were just straight away made unemployed. And a lot of people had to transition away from, live performance into whatever they could do. So I transitioned into YouTube and Twitch. And I didn't even intend to start it as a job. I just wanted to do it because I had nothing else to do at the time and thought, right, I'll give myself like a month and then try and find some work somewhere. And a lot of other people within the theatre world, they pushed into doing live training, they pushed into doing web seminars, they pushed into other kind of stuff. And when the government in the UK turned around and said, hey, theatres can open again, but you can open at half capacity, we had to say to the government, look, if a theatre doesn't sell about 65% of its seats, it's not actually making profit unless it's a massive show like the London West End. You need to sell a certain amount of seats to be worth it. If we sold out a theatre at half capacity, we would barely break even. So it really wouldn't be kind of worth doing. So until the theatres and the film and TV stuff was actually all the way back, it wasn't a viable career anymore for a lot of people that were called jobbing actors or working actors at that point. And the Dr. Dude says, you can concur, you are the flexible one, your workmates are the inflexible ones. Do you often find that means you get the jobs they don't want to do? Do you often find that you feel, I mean, it's fine if you do, I completely understand it. Do you feel a little bit of resentment that you being easier to work with actually results in you getting the jobs that other people don't want to do? I used to find that used to really annoy me. Like, I'm thinking, hang on, I'm out here being easier to work with and I'm being rewarded with difficult stuff. How is your acting pay comparable to Twitch and YouTube? Nowhere near. Way lower. Way lower. Most jobbing acting pay is nowhere near the high level. It's not even in the same echelon as the kind of Hollywood or TV stuff. My acting teacher said to me once, if you want to be famous, do film. If you want to be rich, do TV. And if you want to be good, do theatre. And he was a theatre and TV actor himself. And I kind of took those words to heart. And I'm like, right, okay, cool, I'm going to go for that. So the thing with the acting is that sometimes the day rate of acting can be really good. Sometimes you can be on a commercial, sometimes you can be on a theatre show, and someone will say, okay, we're going to pay you £500 to £1,000 a day. And I'm like, that's quite a lot of money. And they're like, yeah, you'll get paid for the next 5 days, and then you'll be out of work for the next 2 months. And I'm like, I see how this is going to work. Right. So it's very sporadic. It's very random. So it can seem like it's a huge amount of cash in one go, which it can be, but unless you budget it smartly, you will be
you will be out of cash by the end of the month or the end of 2 months unless you're able to budget it smartly. That's what a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers and kind of younger jobbing actors don't do. They don't budget correctly. And they go out and they splash the cash and they, throw all the money away to, live that lavish lifestyle. Not great. Their rates were so low, I was thinking, how can they even exist? They even pay for their own transportation. Oh yeah, absolutely. Most actors do at that point. You worked in radio for 7 years, loved the job, shit pay, the only announcers that make money are syndicated. If you look at the graph of the people that make the most money in almost any artistic endeavor, the people at the top are so disproportionately highly paid that it skews the average pretty substantially. And then you end up saying, okay, well, if we remove these incredibly high earners, what does it look like averaged out over everyone? And the average, when you remove the incredible high earners, is actually quite low. But there are hidden costs involved in it, and I've spoken about this before. And guys, if you're not bothered about this, do feel free to, mute me. I was going to say just tell me to stop, but you can't do that. You can mute me, that's fine. One of my biggest... Okay, I will let you know on my most annoying concerns with acting. Whenever I speak to anyone who is full-time in any creative endeavor, I always hear the phrase, why aren't there more middle-class actors? Why aren't there more working-class actors? Why aren't there more actors from economically impoverished backgrounds? Why? And I've heard this question asked by professors, by educated people. They've said, oh yes, we need to bring the arts to the working class. We need to bring theatre. We need to show the poors that they can also pursue a career in the acting arts. Why aren't there more? And I've said, okay, what kind of lifestyle do you need to have in order to not guarantee, but assist in getting acting work? You need to go to auditions. Statistically, the vast majority of your acting life will be spent in the audition room, not the stage. That's just mathematically true. And so you need a job that will allow you to take any day off you need, whenever you want, and travel to wherever the audition is, which means you've got to pay for travel, you've got to lose a day's wages, you've potentially got to pay for a night over in a hotel somewhere if it's far away, you've got to take a day off work to learn the script, and then you've got to be able to do that once every, ideally ideally every week, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week. You've then got to be able to sustain yourself through long periods of not having guaranteed income. That is an incredibly difficult life position to be in. It's a life position that not a lot of working class people are in. The best advantage that you can have to pursue a career in the arts, with all the risks you need to take and all of the lack of certainty you're going to face and all of the low pay you're going to face until you become successful, the best advantage you can have is to just already be wealthy. Now, I'm not going to say all actors need that, because there are many actors who have struggled and brought themselves up. There are many actors who have done it. Neil Newbon is a great example. Working with the waiting company that he worked with for so long, who specifically work with jobbing actors and provide them kind of part-time employment as and when they need it. He worked bloody hard. He found the success he needed. He did well. Okay? Dude was good. Okay, for some reason there is a... For some reason, there was a patrol that just got pulled. So yeah, Neil Newbon did really well. I'm dead. There are other actors who have managed to, make their career even when they've been doing outside jobs and stuff. But whenever people say to me, why aren't there more, working class actors, the answer is simply because. The answer is simply because the biggest advantage you can have to forming an acting career is to already be wealthy. Shaman totem outside the room probably pulled. I've got no idea where they came from. Well, we try again. You can res me if you want to. If not, I'll just run back. Jacker, yes, if you're in the military, then you've definitely got the... You don't have the ability to say. I think they spawn is not all in the room when the boss is pulled. Okay. I'll just run back to you guys, it's fine. When you start the boss fight, they spawn outside. Okay, that was weird. And yeah, people don't forget this. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a multimillionaire from property investment and property development before he started acting. Whenever I say that one of the best advantages to finding a career within the arts is to already be wealthy, people turn around to me and say, well, what about blah, blah, blah? What about blah, blah, blah? What about this person? What about that person? And they just name, actors who have come up from working class backgrounds. And that's great. But the fact that we know them by name as examples that it can be done kind of shows that it's still unusual to do. Statistically, the best actor ever will be somewhere in a village in China or India and will never actually get anywhere near close to a camera. Sometimes it does happen. Absolutely. I mean, Sean Connery was it Sean Connery? Who started as a knitwear model and then got discovered by the right people. Discovery can happen. Can we not just assume that every actor without a big name is a working class actor? I mean, potentially, yeah, you absolutely can. Because, I mean, they're a working actor, not necessarily a working class actor. Because there are many actors who have found a level of success. I mean, Nicolas Cage is Nicholas Ford Coppola. I was watching a horror film called, I think, The Deep House, which was an underwater horror film, which is an excellent idea. I didn't realize that the main actor in there was Mick Jagger's son.
I've been waiting for a real challenge.
So there is a level of luck to it. There is a level of wealth to it. Luck is required in almost any job, and I think people don't understand that if you have a lot of money, you can just get a lot luckier. You don't think people watch movies as much anymore? No, the theatre has definitely died down as people going to the theatre, but Hollywood doesn't really care. Because part of it was always the prestige of making a film.
Fades of light.
I think what we have to remember as well, and this is just, I mean, even if you disagree with this, I think you have to just accept this. There are certain careers that have a level of prestige to them. Formula One racer was a really good example that someone's just put in the chat. If a career has a level of prestige to it, it is going to be sought out by people who want it because they want to say they have it as a career. And being rich is going to give you an advantage in seeking it out. There is an analogy. Yeah, the dart analogy. Just like the dart analogy. The analogy of life choices, of life chances. And I know that I'm very lucky to be able to do what I do. I like to use this analogy that someone explained to me many years ago. Imagine that getting to choose what you want to do in life is related to... Hey, the Scarlet Leggings, sweet. Imagine it's related to a carnival game of throwing a dart at a board covered in... Oh, hang on. Covered in balloons. And if you hit the right balloon, you get the job that's behind the balloon. There's a big wall in front of you, all the balloons on it. Behind each of those, there's like, doctor, pilot, warehouse worker, movie star, unemployed. An average person may get 1 or 2 throws of the dart at that big wall. A rich person will be able to keep buying throws of the dart until they hit the balloon they want to hit. And a poor person is working at the carnival watching the other people throw the darts. Now it sucks. It really does suck. And the question is, am I able to still have that opinion while being a successful Twitch streamer and YouTuber? Because some people will look and go, you can't talk on this anymore because you found the level of success. Yeah, I absolutely have, undeniably. But I still think that it was relevant to me when I was trying to do it. I was lucky enough to have more throws of that dart because I had people that supported me and was living in a life situation that allowed me to take some risks and fail. It's an observation. But I do think that the dart analogy of how you just get more chances to achieve the lifestyle you want if you have more money. It makes me sad, but unfortunately it is kind of provably accurate. Right, are we killing these things or running out? I would say we try and kill them. I think you had people who put a few more balloons on the board. Do you think? Because, I mean, we all make choices and we all go through the process to try and get the things we want to have. People support you until you find success. Then people dislike you. Which I find weird. It's very much... I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this in your own life, but the people who are your biggest champions and your biggest supporters will continue to champion and support you right up until you surpass them or actually do what you want to do. Because, and I think this is what I've noticed, people like the idea of supporting someone who is struggling. They like the idea of gaining the social credit of saying, I support you. They don't actually like the idea of the other person succeeding. I've found that a couple of times. Jack says, after you left the military, every job you had was from someone knowing you and offering you a job. So were they handing you balloons? In a way, yeah, they were. Because who you know, your connections, your network matter. Most people, there was a study done a couple of years ago, and I show this to people whenever I was working with young kids, when I was working with kind of young adults, I would show them, because I work with some kind of underprivileged young adults in some cities around the UK, and I would say to them that the vast majority of jobs are not given based on interviews or based on ads in the newspaper or based on even job listings online. They are given to people that people working those jobs know. There is a huge amount of interconnection within this. You will recommend your friend for a job. You will recommend a family member for a job. You'll recommend somebody you went to school with for a job. You'll recommend somebody you've already worked with as a job. Nice run, guys. Very nice. Again? I'll reset these. Need a water refill before more? Sure, take time. As an IT professional made redundant 18 months ago, you can confirm this. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Oh, the toxicity of the entertainment industry. Absolutely. You know, that's a good point. Sit this. You can change the statement of it matters who you know to it matters who knows you. Absolutely. You could know anyone, but unless they know you, it doesn't matter. If your dad knows a person that can get you a job, if you don't use that connection, it's kind of dumb. And Oz, I agree. I absolutely agree. You need to take advantage of every advantage that you have, because otherwise they're not an advantage, they're just a thing. If you don't use the advantages you have, which we all do, then you are deliberately hobbling your own progression through life or through a career or through any kind of project that you want to progress through. We need to use those. If you have an advantage, you should use it. The problem is that these larger systems, Hollywood in general, become a closed loop. They have enough, consider this, They have enough people within the in-group to sustain it. You don't need to bring more people in constantly, and the people that you do bring in are people that are either recommended or known. It's a walled garden, and it's not impossible to break in. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it is more difficult. Do we need to stop these types of advantages in order to be fair, or is this just human? It's human. We're never going to stop it. It's human nature. You will never ever stop people taking advantage of things that benefit them. And even if you did, you would need to stop everyone. If you had 100 people that you could convince to act in a completely fair, selfless manner for the benefit of everyone, it would only take one of those 100 to realize that they can act in a selfish way and thus benefit more than everyone. Would a systemic solution help here? It would, but you have to, again, contend with the fact that even the systems are, on some level, governed by people. Would that change with the rise of independent films? Mara, it can, but independent films still need at some point to break into the system that they're trying to break into. They still need to break into the idea of, the larger film ecosystem. And there will still be gatekeeping along the way. You can go to an independent kind of funder, an independent venture capitalist or an angel investor, and they will give you enough money to be able to start funding a small film, and then you can take that small film to a film festival. So let's imagine that you and your friends want to make a film, and you realize that you have no money, but what you do have is a lot of time. And so you make the best film you can with the cameras you can afford, the time you can kind of gather together. You edit it as well as you can with the editing software you're able to get access to. The indie film scene, absolutely. They go with it. But then even within the indie film scene, there are going to be the better editors. There are going to be the better camera operators. There are going to be the better sound designers. There are going to be the better this and the better that. And even if you aren't able to get all of those, when you take your film to a festival, festivals are inundated with lots of films, and who runs the festival matters. Because if who runs the festival is a big shot film dude, and his mate has just made a film, he's going to put that film in. He's going to stick that film straight in his film festival. He's going to help his mates out, absolutely. So you could become his mate, and then you can get your film in there as well. I think what you're saying is, can you rise through the ranks of any project purely on merit? And the answer is, in theory, yes. In practice, you have a limited amount of time, and you are competing against a lot more people. Which means if you are only relying on the merit of your work, instead of also trying to leverage human nature, then you are at a disadvantage against people who will. Because there will be someone at the film festival that you are going to that also knows the organizers. There is someone who is going there who knows it. And if you want to see how unfair this can all be and how corrupt Hollywood... We all know that how corrupt Hollywood has become because of all of the accusations coming out, but the amount of actresses who have been denied roles because they refused to sleep with higher-up executives and casting directors is huge. Which means at some point, if you want a job that is prestigious, specifically in the entertainment industry, you will at some point come up against a barrier that requires you to give up an aspect of yourself that you are not willing to. But somebody else will. Is the sleeping part true also for theatre? Sleeping with people is true for any system that has any level of control. Absolutely any level of control. Also, quick input, all of those actors that are natural, they're not. All those, super roided up, jacked up guys who are really, really, really muscular, no. No, not at all. And to think they are is naive. They have to say they are, but they're not. Not even Brad Pitt in Fight Club. Probably not. Wispy, that's a great way to put it. The world thrives on unfairness. Social media has exacerbated the problem. It has indeed, I love that, a generation of dreamers. There is nothing wrong with dreaming. Was Henry Cavill confirmed to use steroids? I don't think he was confirmed or denied, but I think if you look at his physique, that is an incredibly difficult physique to get without a little chemical help. I obviously don't know the guy, but rice, chicken, and broccoli ain't getting you looking like that. Not unless you're working out 25 hours a day. Brouhaha, that's a great way of putting it. Every job requires sacrifice, and the more prestigious the job, the greater the sacrifice. The more people who are willing to do a job, the more people who want to do a job, the easier it is to exploit the people who want to do it. Because if you don't go along with the conditions, somebody else will. Yeah, go and have a look at the pictures of professional bodybuilders before steroids were a major thing. Right, who are we waiting on, guys? Can you get an invite to the guild? Yeah, sure, of course you can. Sort that out for you right now. Would the guild have space? Who else needs to be there? Right. Okay, let's take a 2-minute AFK break. Say when you're ready. What terrifies me is the plague of 16-year-olds doing testosterone therapy and taking roids. Several industries, including the manosphere, including the gym industry, including the looks-maxing industry, several industries like this thrive on insecurity. They do not thrive if people are happy with themselves. They do not thrive if people think that they have enough. Now, I'm not saying the desire to better oneself is bad. I absolutely support people who want to better themselves, but I want that desire to better yourself to come from a place of internal comfort that wants to achieve more, not a place of internal pain that needs validation. Industries like the gym industry, the looks-maxing industry, and the manosphere industry thrive on insecurity. And so they benefit from continuing to perpetrate that insecurity. They continue to push it. They need people to be insecure. They need people to think that they don't have something, and then they can sell the thing. You create the problem and then sell the solution. These industries absolutely die if everyone in the world suddenly becomes self-confident, suddenly becomes content. Betterment is great if it is done in the pursuit of self-actualization, not if it is done in the pursuit of outside approval. Now, there is, of course, an element of outside approval to anything that we do, but when your driving force is fear of being lesser, fear of being worthless, fear of being useless, fear of being, super insecure compared to everyone else, that's when the industry benefit from keeping you unhappy. The looks-maxing industry, this is a great example. The looks-maxing industry does not thrive if everyone suddenly becomes attractive or thinks they're attractive, because then everyone suddenly becomes content and the industry dies off. It is a benefit to the industry to keep people sad, to keep people insecure. Right, guys, let's take 5 minutes, go and grab yourself a drink, and I will see you then. There was a balk outside. I've got to go make sure Apollo's okay. Here is a 5-minute countdown timer. Right, give me 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. You guys ready? Got myself a drink. We are at the stone. Do you guys need a summon? Do I need to come and help you? There's Witch. There should be... Oh, no, they're both over there. That's cool. They're on their way. Okay, so. Who else? What were we talking about? I love that whenever I join these streams, it's always a 50-50 on whether Josh is speaking the hardest truth you've ever heard or gaslighting chat into thinking he was once the king of chickens. It wasn't chickens, it was cows. And that was when I was doing the paintball. We had a cow field next to the paintball field, and the farmer wanted to do some free paintballing, so I said, you can do that if you declare me the king of cows. And he had a, like one of those old Burger King crowns. So I brought that over. Don't remember the guy's name, but that was a good job. That was also made up, by the way. That never happened. You can't have a livestock field that close to a paintball field. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I will just make up stories, by the way, okay? Sometimes I will just lie about things. That will happen. Maybe in my autobiography, I will just lie. Craw, I agree. It is a long, painful process and not maintainable to have the muscle volume that high and the body fat that low, and that's why it's difficult for anyone who isn't paid to do it. It's saying it's impossible without enhancements is not informed. I would agree with that. I would say it's impossible within the time frame and the intensity of the work that actors need to do it on and off for. I would say that achieving a body like that is often a lifetime pursuit, not a byproduct of also acting. This is why if I had to restart YouTube or Twitch, I would do fitness content, because it's one of the only ways to effectively make money by being in shape. The fitness in general is a complicated thing to do. I think one of the best ways to do it was Rob McElhenney from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when he asked, hang on, let's see if I can find this. Someone asked Rob McElhenney, that was it. Rob McElhenney from, have you guys watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia? First of all, incredible show, absolutely incredible show. And they did a bit of a joke with the Always Sunny in Philadelphia show, where in season like 6 or 7, Mac got absolutely ripped. You guys seen that joke where he starts the season and he's just absolutely incredibly buff? The reason they did that, and they spoke about this on one of their podcasts, was as TV shows go on, the cast always becomes slightly more attractive because they get more money and they get, more, whether it's plastic surgery or whether it's better diet or whether it's a better hairstylist, they end up looking better. So they decided to parody that by having everyone else stay the same, but Mac get absolutely ridiculously ripped. And then nobody else acknowledged it, which was really funny within the show. Fat Mac to ripped Mac, I thought was a super funny arc. But someone said to Rob, how hard was this to do? And Rob's response on Instagram was, look, it's not hard. All you need to do is lift weights 6 days a week, stop drinking alcohol, don't eat anything after 7 p.m, don't eat any carbs or sugar at all. In fact, don't eat anything you like. Get the personal trainer from Magic Mike, sleep 9 hours a night, run 3 miles a day, and have a studio pay for the whole thing over a 6 to 7 month span. I don't know why everyone's not doing this. It's a realistic lifestyle and an appropriate body image to compare yourself to. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That was effectively what he said. And that is on his Instagram right there. He was very self-aware. Like, the dude was super self-aware. He was taking the piss out of how difficult this is to do for everyone. I love that. I absolutely love that. He wasn't just being like, yeah, anyone can do this, chicken and broccoli, work out 3 days a week. He's like, no, this was the most difficult thing to do, and you absolutely had to have somebody else pay for it. His dietitian said, please don't do this. And he said, but it'll be funny. Oh, Always Sunny, one of the best shows. Yeah, in order for him to get fat as well, he used to blend up ice cream and just drink it, because that was the easiest way to get in the amount of calories he had to. So I think, unfortunately, that Instagram post that I've just linked, look at the picture on the right-hand side. Okay, look at that Instagram post, look at the picture on the right. Guys will see that and think that is an average body. There are probably people in this chat right now who look at that body of him on the right and think, yeah, that's just average. That's just normal. That's what a guy should look like. That is top tier. That look right there is incredibly impressive. And yet, kids will look at that and think, it's not that big. Yeah, it's average. Shots, do you really think that's average? Be honest. I don't know if you're trolling or not. I don't know if you're joking, but do you genuinely think that is an average physique? Like, if you do, I'm not going to have a go at you. I just need to know if you actually think the guy on the right is average. To be honest, no, the guy's jacked. No, yeah, absolutely, he is jacked. He's incredibly ripped. People, and this is what we mean by gymflation. When I say gymflation, I mean that what people consider a good body has changed so much that people see, you know, the top 1%. And because it isn't the top 0.001%, they go, nah, that's average. That is insane. If you want a good example, there is a famous picture online that shows the difference between Hugh Jackman in the first X-Men film and Hugh Jackman in Logan. Which is ridiculous. And Slam has said, I find that so unattractive, like I need a bit of meat to grab. Okay, Slam, quick lesson. It's fine to not like something. If someone shows you a picture of something, you do not need to immediately say that you don't find it attractive. We're not asking that. That's like, imagine the opposite was true. Imagine if someone showed you a picture of an out of shape, overweight person, and your first thing was, I don't find that attractive. You don't need to tell people. It's almost like showing someone a picture of a film they don't like, and your first thing is, no, I don't like that film. Sometimes it's okay to just let things be without saying that why you don't like something. Mega Dude, good afternoon, what's happening? We are talking about changing standards of life. I just find it strange whenever the first input someone needs to put into a conversation is, I personally don't like that. Okay, that's fine, you don't need to. We're just talking about the unfair standards, because somebody will, and somebody won't. And that's okay. Chat is less toxic than Saturday. Yeah, the kids are back at school. The kids are back at school. The chat feels far more employed right now. You're guilty of what I'm mentioning and trying to control it. Just self-reflection's the first step, so well done. Self-reflection is the first step. And I used to do it. Now, there's a thing about being a contrarian that's very attractive to people. People will say, hey man, look at this picture. And the first response will be, I don't like that. Okay, it's okay just to say like, yeah, cool picture. You just got off work. Well, welcome back. Offering an instantaneous opinion. Bo Burnham did, very correctly say that there is an entire generation raised to believe that everyone cares about their opinion. There is an entire generation raised to believe that you have thoughts and you have feelings and they absolutely matter and they must be voiced at all times because everyone needs to know your opinion. When the truth is, that only actually applies if you're a Twitch streamer. That way, everyone needs to know your opinion. I think people seem incapable of just letting a thing or a subject be spoken about within their presence without having to give their input. And if their input is negative, they have to give negative input instead of just saying, that's not for me, I don't care for it. Have you guys ever experienced that? I mean, honestly, have you guys ever done that? If there is a conversation going on around you or a conversation between people that you are next to or close to and they're talking about something that you know a bit about and you absolutely feel the need to put something in, but it has to be negative. Maybe it is due to the feeling of pressure to have a reaction, but it's also okay to say, you know, I don't have any strong feelings on that. It's totally okay just for your response to be, I don't have any input. That's fine. Is sharing your thoughts and feelings on subjects not part of a conversation, though? Critical twist. Good question. Sharing your thoughts and feelings is absolutely important, but you also have to read the room and ask what the sharing of your opinion and your thought is doing. How is it continuing the conversation? If we start talking about something and your input is, I don't like that thing, then you've actually put the emotional energy onto the other person to continue of, oh, why don't you like that? And then you go off with, well, I don't like this and don't like that and don't like the other. And what you've done is engage the conversation and you've taken it in a negative direction. It's not that we don't want your opinion. It's that what does your opinion do to the conversation? How does it change it? Where does it take it? Your thoughts and your feelings and your opinions are valid, but you need to understand that effectively you and the person you're talking to are on a little boat going down the river of conversation together. And the turbulence of the water of the river is going to change based on where you do and don't steer that boat to. So giving your input matters, but also reading the room and working out what input to give also matters. And again, it changes when you're being spoken to one-on-one, to if you're addressing a crowd of people, to if you're writing your feelings down, to if you're giving feedback, to if you're encouraging, to if you're discouraging. All these things change. I mean, Ephemeral says, if you're asked for your opinion, share it. If you aren't, don't. I would agree with that, but I would also say that it goes a tad further, and you have to, again, be careful how you share your opinion. Because you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of this sharing? Am I sharing it in order to change someone's mind? Am I sharing it in order to massage my own ego? Am I sharing it to make myself feel better? Am I sharing it so other people like me more? Am I sharing it because I feel I have to have something to say? You try and combat being negative in your brain. It's how I have a feeling about a thumbnail or a title being negative. Yeah, absolutely, Jack, I completely agree. But negativity in general gets shared more. Which is why my series is called Worst MMO Ever, not Best MMO Ever. In this case, though, wasn't that person communicating that the hyperinflated male beauty standards weren't necessarily because they're also not attractive to everybody, for example, them? Loki, potentially. But what they said was, I don't find the one on the right attractive, I like something different. Okay. But people could have also said, I don't find the one on the left attractive, I want something different. It's the need to input what you do and don't feel about the visuals. And it's what contributes over time to people feeling the need to change to support people when they see they don't find that attractive. The entire industry, from the other side, is built off telling people they aren't attractive to other people. The industry is built off finding that insecurity. Thank you for the water breathing. I am drowning in mana juice. Good, I'm glad. There's a dog outside. I'm not saying that that person who said that message was wrong for saying it. I'm saying that when you add in that is your input to the conversation, it becomes about showing your validation for one person or another based on their looks is the most important thing you could add. Do I have any opinion on Blizzard winning the legal battle against Turtle WoW and the future implications on private WoW servers? If not, then okay. I don't know too much about it, but from what I can tell, Turtle WoW was a private server of Warcraft from the Classic era, or the Wrath of the Lich King era, and has been received an injunction after it and is now taking it down. And it's not that it's taking it down, it's that it's no longer able to accept payments from the US. Okay. They are no longer going to be able to accept payments from the US. They will still be able to accept payments from kind of Russia and China and things like that. However, wasn't Turtle WoW hosted on something that was connected in a way to NetEase? And I think the hosting server, because NetEase are also connected to the Chinese government, which means that you're going to have this whole thing of Blizzard wanting to sell stuff over there, and it's being hosted, and the cease and desist and all that jazz. It's going to be way, way bigger than any one person is able to break down in any individual way. I try and explain this to people all the time. The reason that I don't endorse private servers is not because I don't want you guys to ever play private servers, it's because you need to be smart about this. And you need to understand that sometimes one of the best ways to survive is kind of just keeping your head down. It's keeping your head down, playing the game you like, and not rocking the boat. As soon as you start to poke the bear, as soon as you start to rock the boat, then you are demanding that the company that's much bigger than you do some kind of response. And the thing with the Turtle WoW advertising is it was gratuitous. It was... They were commenting on official Warcraft social media posts, they were buying YouTube adverts, they were buying Twitch adverts. Just have fun and shut up about it. I think the problem was that the Turtle WoW marketing and player base got so overly aggressive with the marketing and with the mockery that they absolutely had to take a stand. Otherwise, it would have set a precedent that it was okay to do that. I mean, yeah, the servers are hosted somewhere where the US doesn't have a huge amount of jurisdiction, so an injunction in the US isn't going to do all that much, but what it is going to do is pull attention. And I've tried to explain this to people before. You don't need to absolutely beat the entire system in one go. You just need to find the people who are involved in the system and slowly start to wear them down, divide and conquer. They advertised their terms of server breaking private server. Oh yeah, all over the place. There were YouTube adverts, there were Twitch adverts, there were Facebook adverts, there were Instagram adverts. They would pop into this stream and ask why I wasn't playing it constantly. People have messaged me on Instagram offering me money to play it. It was a lot. I don't think they were employees of Turtle WoW that were offering me to play it. I think they were just hardcore fans that wanted me to play it. Don't advertise your criminal activities. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to go to bat for Big Daddy Blizzard because nobody's defending the multi-billion company. But at the same time, I am going to say to people, hey, maybe if you want to break the law, you're going to get away with it for a bit longer if you don't go around advertising it. Yes, they were, Mildan. The fans were rabid with it. But people were finding a bit of a difficulty understanding that. People even came into this stream and said to me yesterday, what stupid advice, Josh? The server needs to advertise to survive. I'm like, okay. How much money does it need to survive if it's a private server and it's being hosted somewhere cheap? I'm sure it's not completely free, but if you need to advertise for your illegal business to survive, maybe find a way to advertise that's not quite as gratuitous. Word of mouth was good enough. They were very much Icarus. They were very much flying too close to the sun with pretty much all the advertising they were doing. How many quarter zips do I own? A lot. They're very easy to grab and pull on. When you say it like that, it sounds dumb to advertise illegal goods. I mean, yeah, you have to balance it. You have to balance what your advertising is and how it works. I'm going to kill this Myrmidon first, because these are the problems. Let me just grab myself some mana, then do some fire. Can I share the brand? You mean the brand that I'm drinking right now? The brand that I'm drinking right now is GamerSups. You should purchase it using code JOSH to get 10% off. There we go. That's me shilling. You're welcome. The shill has begun. You know the amount of people who were like genuinely angry when I started doing that stuff. Like, genuinely. Thank you. It's a W shield. That's what that was. You know, I truly do think that some people need to have their understanding slightly rebalanced. Because people look at it as black and white, all good, all bad, yes or no, right or wrong. What flavor gamer subs, though? Anime girl thigh. I'm not joking, that's the name of the flavor. Anime girl thigh. It's orange creamsicle. It is the flavor designed by the YouTuber Flork. They do have the best names, that's true. We need wet ghost flavor. What would wet ghost flavor be? Wet ghost would just be like cold tea. Can we see the gamer subs tub on stream? I don't think I've got anime girl thigh up here. I've got doggy style. So that one's there. I'm not joking. Wet ghost would just be iced tea with lemon. Alright. It's Buff Pup. Moist. We go with wet ghost, and it's just tea with a little bit of lemon in it. We could go with a bit of Buff Pup. Wet ghost would be tea with milk. Milky tea. Okay, that could work. Milky tea is the wet ghost flavor. I don't have anime girl thigh, I have doggy style is one hell of a sentence to process. If you are new to this stream and you do feel that your brain starts to leak out of your ears and nose, that's normal. Just take a moment. It will pass, and you will slowly just ease into the general vibe of what we're going for. What's up with the TED Talk? Is it happening? Yeah, in like months' time. Never had a gamer subs or any gamer juice. Why is it all so horny? Marketing. That's the main reason. Just straight up marketing. Gamer subs decided that they were like, hey, what do gamers want? And they were like, they want to be recognized by anime girls. And therefore, all of their marketing is horny anime. Because sex sells. It's good marketing. The horny marketing is what puts me off, to be honest. Well, Park, for every person put off, there are hundreds of people put on. Many people have messaged me and said, hey, just so you know, if they change the marketing, I would buy it. And I'm like, okay. And hundreds of people then wouldn't. So, marketing doesn't appeal to everyone, but it does appeal to the demographic who are actually buying it. It has actually been found that sex doesn't sell. That is incorrect. There is a provable link between putting any kind of sexy stuff on things and increasing the amount of revenue it generates. Could the oversharing of personal preference be a holdover from our local tribe mentality? Looking at a picture of a cake and I tell my friends and family that I like vanilla over chocolate, that will be a valid point, but in a chat room full of people, it's most useless information. Jack, you have to ask, why do you feel the absolute need to inform everyone of your opinion on the picture that you have seen over what you would prefer? You are presented with data, and your first response is to inform everyone around you that you would have preferred to have been presented with different data. You don't need to do that unless asked for it. Because if everyone did that, all it would be is absolutely everyone telling everyone how they feel about everything all the time. Hey, the belt dropped. Sex doesn't sell means a bad product won't sell because you add sex to it, but a good product can get a bigger reach by adding to it. Potentially, but you can... When we say adding sex to it, we sometimes just mean sex appeal. So I used to work with a couple of charities, and here's one thing that I learned about charities. This is going to sound weird to say. Charities in the UK absolutely love raising money for breast cancer. Now, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I've had members of my immediate family who have suffered with breast cancer. But do you know why they prefer raising money for breast cancer instead of, say, testicular cancer? It's because it's sexy to be able to put breast cancer awareness over your products. It's sexy to be able to put pink on them. It's sexy to put things that look like boobs on them. And that is the only way that you can do it without it being seen as gratuitous. And that is a marketing angle that people absolutely love. So if you ever wonder, hey, why are we raising so much money for this? Even though there is, of course, an absolutely brilliant benefit to doing it, there is also a marketing angle of marketers love it. So when you say sex doesn't sell, one of the first things companies will try and do if they want to raise money for charity is see if they can do it for breast cancer. Because it is, as horrible as it sounds to say, the sexy cancer. Now, I know taken out of context, people are going to think that's awful to say, but from a marketing point of view, that is the conversation that goes on in the marketing room. I'm sorry that you know that, but that is one of the reasons it's done. Conversations happen in marketing rooms that very much talk about how we can appeal to more people and how we can get around rules. Do I attend the Final Fantasy XIV FanFest in Berlin this year? No plans to. So no specific plans to. Are we sure it's sex that sells and not just boobs? When we say sex sells, we don't mean it's the act of intercourse placed onto a product. We mean it is the connection to a sexualized ideal that sells. When we say sex sells, we also imply the putting of breast cancer awareness on things is, to a degree, connecting to that idea. That's what it is. That's what was implied. You're working in event marketing, we would literally plan the Christmas market routes and corridors that would make them see as many products as possible. Yeah, of course. Any plans on going to BlizzCon? Nope. No plans. Woo! I mean, do you guys want to... Oh, Archer's Bell to the Monkey. I don't need that. So, I've worked in marketing a couple of times. Nothing major. I've just done some work with some people who were adjacent to marketing. And a couple of the things that I learned was that you don't, and I used this a hell of a lot whenever I was in Toys R Us trying to sell drones, because I sold drones for a while. You don't sell a product. You sell a lifestyle that that product will connect to. You don't sell a beer. You sell the idea of barbecues in the summer. You sell the idea... Oh god, it's the guys again. Guys. Group. We're gonna need the tank to take that. Yeah, we've got the group again. You don't sell a product. You sell an idea. You sell a lifestyle. You sell a dream. Like I say, you don't sell the beer, you sell the barbecues in the summer. You don't sell a vodka, you sell the suit. You sell the suits. You sell the gambling. You sell the ID. You sell the sexiness. Watch any advert on TV and watch how many of them sell a product and how many of them sell a lifestyle or an ideal connected to that product. And you can see it even in simple adverts. You go and watch an advert for a cleaner. Just a basic sink or drain or kitchen cleaner. They will be used in a big kitchen. They will be used in an expensive looking kitchen. They will be used in a very, very clean kitchen. And then have a look at the kitchen you've got and realize that the kitchen in the advert is probably bigger than the one you've got. Now, obviously they're showing the cleaner working, but notice how they're showing it working in a nicer house than you've got. Which implies that, hey, this cleaner means a nicer house. And they'll use an attractive person. And they'll use kids that are happy to be there. And they'll show problems being solved. You don't just sell the product by saying this is the product, this is what it does. You put that product in context of the lifestyle that people want. It is subtle marketing. And it works incredibly well. Don't need Harrods. Oh, I've died. If I could be picked up, that'd be great. I tanked, guys. Just Warlock things. So when we're talking about products and marketing, I heroically sacrificed myself at the end. I did. If you were only playing a class that could cast self-heal. If only I was self-tanking. Alas, I am not. As a worker in marketing, I can say that your picture is on point. It's a bit of a wide spectrum. The marketing doesn't necessarily work this way. That's true. The marketing has changed a lot in the last couple of years. It's growing less aggressive than in the 80s, where they would just straight away say, if you don't have this product, you are a bad person. It's refined. But I think ultimately you still do sell the lifestyle that a product is attached to instead of the product itself. My bags are full of crystals, which is great. Those tactics work on stupid or insecure people. No, BTD, they don't. Those tactics work on everyone slowly over time. And if you're the kind of person that thinks you are immune to marketing, you are exactly the kind of person that honestly would do really well if you subscribe to my Patreon. Because only people who are immune to marketing subscribe to the Patreon. It is basically a collection of people who are just as smart and intelligent and as funny as you are. And if you don't do that, then you will be proving that you are part of the people who do get manipulated by marketing, and honestly, we wouldn't want you there. It's an exclusive club, and I think you've just shown that you are welcome into it. If, you know, you're willing to put your money where your mouth is and do that. Anyone who says something doesn't work on them is ideally the target market that it absolutely would work on. People need to say, this would probably work on me, given a long enough time. You are not immune to propaganda. Nobody is. And if you think that there are not groups out there who genuinely do advertise themselves as groups of people who are immune to propaganda, therefore you should join this elite group. You know the whole not like the other girls, or for guys it would just be, you know, slightly smarter? Mensa is a great example of it. Where's the OnlyFans/Patreon link? They're not linked on Twitch. The OnlyFans isn't linked there, it's harder to get to. The Patreon, I specifically don't link the Patreon because I think that if you really want to find it, you should put the work in to find it. That way it feels rewarding. People that watch my streams are always like, I loved it when old games were rewarding and difficult and didn't hold your hand. I'm like, okay, cool, subscribe to the Patreon. They're like, well, where is it? I'm not going to hold your hand. You've got to find it yourself. That's the reward. That's the journey right there. You need a sense of pride and accomplishment when you finally get there. Yeah, if you want to give me money, you should work for it. You're glad you didn't fall for it yet for any marketing tricks, and I'm glad I didn't say I'm immune. You said it worked on stupid people. Or dumb, what was the exact phrase? Which I don't think is true. What was the line? Was it that only works on dumb people? Only works on stupid people? Yes, it is. Marketing doesn't only work on stupid people. Marketing works on people who want what it's selling. And anyone, at some point, can be made insecure. It is possible to be made insecure at any moment throughout your life, and it is possible that a market or an advert or any kind of, convincing thing will come along at the exact moment that would be super useful for you. Propaganda will work on everyone, given the right time period, the right emotional setting, the right preparation, the right context. It can work. They can hit you in a low point. And all you need to be is in that slight low point. And if you're at that slight low point, get hit right at that moment, people will buy it. You guys need me at the stone? I'll go there anyway. It is very easy to trick someone. It is very hard to convince them that they have been tricked. Because tricking someone simply requires them to trust you once. Convincing someone they've been tricked requires them to acknowledge that they have put their faith in someone that they shouldn't have done, and they are fallible. Two things they don't want to admit. Why does the ego exist? We don't know. There are theories, but we don't really know. Right, who are we summoning?
I'm out of range.
There we go. What theories? Well, the theory is the id, the ego, and the superego. About the personality, the ideal, the bit in control, the bit that's in control of the bit that's in control, the overview of everything, the desires that we are following, combining with the selfish element, which combines with the self-sustaining element. It's the Freudian stuff. You'd have to speak to a Freudian expert to be able to get more in-depth knowledge on it, but effectively it comes back to the idea that human beings are made up of three competing ideals, and it's the unification and balance of all of them that allow us to be full human beings. That's a great way of looking at it. Jack, people do apply emotions to products. And people do that quite a lot. Products want to be emotional. Corporations want to be your friend. Because you trust your friends. Could do library for a change. How we feeling? Sure, live. Let's give it a go. Let's run through the library. You've worked in film and marketing for a while. Once you know how it works, you can't ever be fooled. I can't watch anything without questioning myself about ulterior motives. I mean, Pineapple, that's remarkably smart. I mean, you probably can't be fooled. If you want to join a group of people who can't be fooled, my Patreon is basically a collection of people who absolutely understand how things work, and you'll find people there who are just as intelligent and just as immune to all that marketing bullshit as you are. If you know how things work, what it means is you will be slightly more vulnerable when a product or an advertising thing comes along that prides itself on being different. One of the best, and again, Rory Sutherland is an excellent guy to watch in all of this. One of the best advertising campaigns was Ron Seal, which is a paint stain thing for wooden fences. And the Ron Seal phrase was literally, it does exactly what it says on the tin. You guys know that? Ron Seal. It even became a full saying. It does exactly what it says on the tin. That was one of the most successful advertising campaigns of all time, without a doubt. Because not only does it apply to Ron Seal, it appealed to people who wanted a no-nonsense product. Because there are people out there who they approach things and they say, look, I don't want to be advertised to, I don't want any bullshit, I just want a product that does what it does, nice and simple, no nonsense. So when they went, Ron Seal, it does exactly what it says on the tin. They were like, that's an advertising campaign that gets it. No, it wasn't. It was an advertising campaign that got what you wanted. That was the difference. In the UK, we have, I think it was a bitter called John Smith's. And I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a series of TV adverts with the comedian Peter Kay, and every advert ended with the phrase, no nonsense. And it was, one advert, for example, it's quite a funny advert, was Peter Kay gets a phone call from his daughter while he's in the car, and he answers, and there's someone else in the car with him, and they're like, what's going wrong? And he's like, oh, it's just my daughter. She's just worried about monsters under the bed. And he turns around and goes, you don't have to worry about the monsters under the bed. They're not real. It's the burglars that break in through the window you want to be scared of. And then he hangs up. And then it just cuts to a shot of John Smith's, and then with John Smith's, no nonsense, next to it. And it's appealing to people that think, oh yeah, you know what? You don't need to advertise at me. You don't need to be silly. You just tell me exactly what it is, and then I'll go and buy it. So advertising that wants to advertise at you in a way that it is not advertising at you is also an advert. And people that say, oh, I'm too smart for adverts, you will be absolutely advertised at by adverts that like to appeal to the fact that you're too smart for adverts. Adverts work because they work. The movie Transformers is an advert for either cars or toys. The TV show Transformers was an advert for the toys. Most Saturday morning cartoons were an advert for toys. They weren't making He-Man shows because they really cared about the adventures of Prince Adam. They were making He-Man TV shows because they cared about selling He-Man toys. Now, I'm not saying that He-Man wasn't a great show. It was. But it's also just a massive advert. You thought Transformers was a Megan Fox ad? No, you're thinking about Clash of Clans. Now, I'm not saying that adverts can't be fun. They absolutely can. Honda has that incredible advert with that Rube Goldberg machine with the cog that rolls along and knocks everything and goes all the way through. Incredible advert. Fantastic. Was it Clash of Clans that she did? There was an advert with one of the super famous supermodels doing it. There are some incredible adverts out there. But I think people need to understand that advertising agencies get paid based on how much they then get the click-through rate, the sales, the increase. And if you want to ever see if something is an advert, look up whether it won an award. Because Captain Disillusion has an incredible section on this. Brilliant YouTuber, by the way. So Captain Disillusion talks about the fact that there are so many viral YouTube videos that are actually just adverts. Do you guys remember? This is an example that he uses in his videos. Do you guys remember there was an old viral video of lads on a building site using a tape measure to throw the tape measure kind of across the room and hit things like a light switch or hit a beer can on the end of it? It was in a construction yard in a house that was still being built, and there was like the wooden timbers around the frame, and they were throwing the tape measure all the way across. Okay, that's fake. That's an advert. Because if you go back and look, you'll realize that there is one product that is constantly in view in every single shot. But people shared it because it was awesome. But they don't realize that it was just an advert. Good evening, Inju. Welcome. Yeah, funny adverts work better. I've done a funny advert for Magic the Gathering. I did that funny Druid advert for Path of Exile 2. Funny adverts, interesting adverts, work far better. Adverts that entertain people. Because what you're trying to do is create a piece of entertainment. If you create an advert, you are trying to do one of two things. You're trying to create a piece of propaganda or a piece of entertainment. And the best adverts do both. The millennials in the chat will remember the Budweiser advert with the 3 frogs. And you will remember that that became a bit of a cultural thing with the Budweiser or the "What's up" when you were calling someone on the phone. Remember that? That became a thing. That was in the film Scary Movie. There you go. That was Scary Movie. That became a cultural icon. But also, what does that position Budweiser as? It positions it as the fun beer. If you're fun, if you're having a party, if you're doing that stupid stuff with your mates, that's the beer you gotta get. There we go. Cultural relevance, propaganda, entertainment. It's all there. You referenced the old tango people where they got slapped and said, "You've been tangoed." Yeah. Adverts are an art form because your ultimate goal is to get people to share you. I've had companies approach me and say, "Hey, can you do an advert for it?" And I would say, "No, what we need to do is make this funny." And they've been like, "No, we've got to be serious with it." I'm like, no one's going to remember that. Ron Seal, oh god, that was it. Plas, we've just been talking about that. Ron Seal, it does exactly what it says on the tin, is one of the best adverts. It's so incredibly good and useful. Didn't they get banned? They get banned because the original "You've Been Tangoed" was not slapping someone. The original "You've Been Tangoed" was using both cupped hands to hit someone on the ears at the same time, which is actually remarkably dangerous to do. Because you had kids coming around cupping their hands and slapping someone on the ears, which is a way to perforate the eardrum. So that ended up being actually quite a bad thing to do. Yeah, so they changed it to just slapping someone across the face with "You've Been Tangoed." Yeah, they were just full on discombobulating. That's what they were doing. First, discombobulate. Editing TikToks for a company, they wanted it to be serious no matter how much I said, "That's a stupid idea." Yeah. Companies were like, "No, our advert's got to be serious." No, it's not going to win awards. It's not going to win awards if it's super duper serious. Was that an ad for the Sherlock Holmes movie? You will not take my discombobulate from me. I love that stupid meme video where it's just saying discombobulate several times. Guzin, well, do you want a drunk driving ad to be funny? No, I want it to be culturally relevant, and I want it to be memorable, and I want it to be super duper shocking and scary. Australia has a really good one, a really good drunk driving advert, or a distracted driving advert. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. Do they need you to laugh, or do they need you to buy what they sell? BTD, they need you to like them. Because if you like them, you create an emotional connection. Now, if you're approaching an advert with, do we want our customer base to laugh at this advert, or do we want them to go and purchase our product? If you think long term, one of the best ways that you get people to purchase your product is by setting yourself up as their friend. Or by setting yourself up as a company that you can get on with or trust or like. You add the humanity to it. Because you could make an advert for crisps that literally just goes, "Crisps, they're a tasty snack." But you could do that. But you're not going to do that because that's not going to be memorable or, useful. with the way it's working. Where's our tank gone? There you are. However, it's very important to also remember, no, to marketing work, you need to buy product. If I didn't buy their product, it didn't work on me or the person who didn't buy it. BTD, I completely agree. But you alone are not the barometer of a successful ad campaign. Advert campaigns often have correlation between the amount of people who see it and the amount of people who purchase a product. And one of the best ways to increase that correlation is to simply increase the amount of people that see the advert. And one of the best ways to increase the amount of people that see the advert is to create an advert that gets shared around. Now, you might not think it's a good advert, but mathematically, the more people that see the advert, the more people that will purchase the product. And so one of the best ways to do something is to create an advert that people actively want to share. And adverts that literally just explain the product do not do that. Now, you might say, I'm not going to purchase a product just because the advert makes me laugh. That's fine. This is why I say it works on stupid or insecure people. Also, we can add the new category who fell under, it's not only two category, I name under marketing tricks. If you think that advertising only works on stupid or insecure people, you are vastly, vastly underestimating how complicated human beings can be. And I think you're approaching this from a position of, honestly, naivety. To say that advertising only works on stupid or insecure people means you are discounting how humans work. Adverts work by being in your mind. They work by being memorable. They work by becoming part of your life, becoming part of your history, becoming part of your shared experience. Maybe they become part of the culture, just like the Budweiser advert did. And once it becomes part of your culture, once it becomes part of your ideal, it becomes part of your general thought process. And if you are in a bar at the end of the day and you are looking for all of the alcohol along the top row to buy and you don't recognize any of them, but you do recognize one bottle from an advert that you saw once as a kid, you are statistically slightly more likely to buy it because you recognize it. There is an emotional connection. There is an emotional establishment already there. And you are not making that connection because you are stupid or because you're insecure. You're making it because there is an element of you that already recognizes it. They are a web of influence spread over many, many years. And they don't just work because people are stupid. They don't just work because people are insecure. They work because they ingratiate themselves into the cultural zeitgeist that we live in, and they become part of us. And anyone that thinks they don't is discounting one of the most important parts of what it means to be human. We have shared experience. I'm sure lots of people probably started playing World of Warcraft because of the adverts with the celebrities, like Chuck Norris and Ozzy Osbourne and Mr. T. I'm sure lots of people still recognize World of Warcraft because of those adverts. Those were cultural icons that went through. They were moments that became part of our shared gaming culture. The South Park episode is just an advert for WoW. Do people only play WoW because they're stupid or insecure? No, they play it because at some point in their life they might want to try an MMORPG, and the one that they have been most exposed to through cultural osmosis is WoW. It is not because they are stupid. If you only approach adverts as, this must make people buy my product, you are missing the long-term goal. The long-term goal of advertising is to remain within cultural relevance. I have worked with companies and they have explained to me, and I have understood, that their advertising budget does not just cover the amount of sales that they get. Their advertising budget covers the amount of cultural relevance they will continue to have. Coca-Cola does not need to advertise to sell Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola advertises to remain culturally relevant. Brand awareness is what they are advertising for. That is the value to them. So when you say advertising only works on the stupid or the insecure, I disagree. Advertising works because it also creates an entire life ecosystem where that product is part of our day-to-day experience. And when you see a product as part of your day-to-day experience, it becomes familiar to you. There are products out there that do not need to advertise. And yet they will, because it's important they remain relevant to us. The Christmas trucks and the polar bear make people think of Christmas. Holidays are coming. People have even joked, it's not Christmas until you see the Coca-Cola advert on TV. Has anyone ever said that? Has any of your family ever joked, oh, it's not really Christmas until you see the Coca-Cola advert? You know what that advert's done? That advert may not have sold a load of Coca-Cola early when it was first released, but it has actually become culturally relevant within the UK. It has literally managed to take a holiday and associate it with a product. Companies compete for the best Christmas advert in the UK. There is no way that you could have quantified the amount of money that the Coca-Cola advert has made. And that's not because it only affects stupid or insecure people. It's because it affects everyone. And that's what a good advert ends up doing. You need to look beyond just, okay, we're going to put £100,000 into this advertising campaign, and then we're going to have a look at our income over the next year. And if it hasn't been increased by 100,000, then the advertising campaign was a failure. That is not one of the best ways to measure long-term success. We need to have a look at what the advertising campaign did to the product. That ad has stuck with you. You know, one of my favorite advertising campaigns was Oasis. I don't know if you guys ever drink the drink Oasis in the UK, but they had an advertising campaign that was just called the anti-ad campaign. And it was a poster that just said, you're thirsty, we've got sales targets. And I thought, that's quite funny, because they're immediately just referencing stuff. Let me see if I can find it. I loved it. I thought it was really funny. Another one was, that was it. If you type in Oasis ad campaign, you will see a brilliant poster that simply says, please don't stand in front of this poster, it cost a lot of money. Another one says, your favorite celebrity would drink Oasis if we paid them. Which again is great. That was a unique, funny way of doing it. But you know what it's not done? It's not made Oasis culturally relevant forever. Can you think of any advertising campaigns that actually became culturally relevant forever? Apart from Gamer Sops, obviously. Taste the Rainbow with Skittles did pretty well. The Duracell Bunny. Okay, mascots. Mascots are a major draw. You get a good mascot, you've got an advertising campaign forever. The Duracell Bunny is one of them. The M&M's characters, yep. Controversy also helps. We all want to bang the green M&M, it's true. Old Spice adverts, yeah. I bet many people purchased Old Spice not because they know what it smells like, but because they saw the advert with Terry Crews and thought it was funny. There are so many people who will be involved with a product because they don't have any relation to any other product and they have seen a funny advert for one of them. I've done it before. I've been like, okay, I've got no particular desire to purchase anything, however, I may as well go with this. Yeah, the I'm on a horse advert for Old Spice. A friend of yours did that, yeah. Think about this. How can you convey what something smells like? You cannot do an advert for perfume that tells you what something smells like. What you can do is show a celebrity who's recently been in a Marvel movie, in a sexy suit, in a sexy car, in a sexy location, with a sexy woman, in a black and white sexy style, and then show the perfume at the end. And what you've implied is, if you buy this perfume, you'll look like that, have that car, and sleep with that woman. Okay. Done. I'll go out and buy Sauvage. I'll go out and buy whatever Chris Hemsworth is selling next. It's propaganda for a smell. And yet, it's the only thing it can do. So, Chanel does not need to advertise to remain culturally relevant. However, it will do because the exclusivity is part of it. One thing that you will learn to hate about adverts is sometimes the exclusivity of a product is actually part of the product. I was having a conversation with a couple of people a couple of years ago, and I find human psychology fascinating. And they said to me, you know, they'd sell so many more of these and they'd make so much more money if they made it cheaper. And I've said no, they wouldn't, because the exclusivity is the point. They are making a huge amount of money. They probably could make more money if they, you know, sold it slightly cheaper, but the exclusivity is the point. It's designed to be exclusionary for most people, so the people that do have it feel a sense of superiority. You're not just selling the product. You're selling the exclusive feeling of having the product. You guys may need to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe that you cannot buy a new Ferrari unless you currently own a Ferrari. I had a friend that worked in a sales room for a while, and they said that one of the things was when a brand new Ferrari comes out, there will be a waiting list for it, and you will have to be on the list for a chance to get that car. And the way that you get onto that list quicker is by currently owning an older car. So if you want the ability to drive the new Ferrari, you're buying the older one for a bit. You're getting yourself on that nice list. You're getting, yeah, it's Ferrari being pretentious. It is Ferrari being pretentious, but you know what? It sells. And the pretentiousness is what people want. You've got to be in the, it's an invite only. Paladin, it's not stupid. Because the people that want to be on that list don't actually care about the product as much as they care about the prestige of the product. You're not selling a product, you're selling a lifestyle. And the lifestyle is they're better than you. That's what they're selling. They are straight up better than you. It's stupid and you hate it until you're on the list. You guys ever been to a club like Pop World? You guys ever realize there's a VIP section in Pop World? Do you think any actual VIPs are going to Pop World? No, they aren't. Actual VIPs are going to clubs you have to pay to get into or are invite only. The reason that clubs that anyone can go to have a VIP section is to give the illusion of prestige to people who go to that club and want to pay a little bit more. What's Pop World? Pop World is a club that you go to when every other club is closed. Pop World is a UK staple after a university night out. Prestige is the selling point. That's what it is. It's a UK thing. Yeah, pretty much. It's like a cheap club that you go to after your night out should have finished, but you don't want it to finish. What about the VIP area at the discotheque? That's what I'm talking about. Tannhauser, that Pop World is a disco. So if you want to go to... Imagine like a cheap chain of clubs that play basic pop music and have really expensive drinks. That's where you go to. You walk into a basic, simple, 2 a.m. club, and there's a special red velvet rope VIP area at the back that you pay an extra 50 quid to get into. People are doing that in order for the exclusivity, in order for the prestige. You're not actually selling a better experience. You're selling the illusion of a better experience because that person is in a limited place. What's a quid? £1. As someone who does not understand clubbing, I'd stay home. I've been to clubs before. I've thrown shapes at the discotheque. I was going to say thrown sheeps. I've thrown shapes. Right, vanilla, brand, which, cool. You guys making 5? What's £1? 1 English buck. Psychology and marketing absolutely work together. Ready, ready, ready. So, Nin, Bren, I'm a witch, me. Cool, let's go. So what do you guys want to discuss about marketing? Because the psychology of it appeals to me so much. I think it's fantastic. Oh, me in my clubbing days. Mad Men is a great example of marketing. It really is, genuinely. So when people... what annoyed me was when BTD earlier said that marketing mostly works on stupid or insecure people. It doesn't. It works on everyone to different degrees. Marketing is propaganda for products. What brand has the saying, because you're worth it? I would say that was L'Oreal. And if you are standing in the shop and you are looking at a couple of products and one of them, the L'Oreal one, is a tad more expensive, you're going to go, well, I'm going to spend the money because underneath the product it says the slogan, because you're worth it. Sometimes you'll see a really attractive lady walking down the street. And your first thought might be, God, maybe she's born with it. And then your follow-up thought will be, some of you will know what this continuing of the advert saying is. Which means the next time that you are buying cosmetics, you will be going with Maybelline. Because you'll be thinking, maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. I know that some of you in the chat are being like, I'm going to joke and say something different, but you understand that's where the general vibe goes to. 10 intellect, damage, and spells. Let's stick with that. It is super warm in this room. Oh, I'm going to put a shirt on. Here's a DVD logo. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. Be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I love you. It is so warm in this room. I have had to grab a shirt and put a shirt on. He should play an ad the second he comes back. Why would I do that? I wouldn't do that. The real stream has not started. Stop being mean to me. All right, stop it. I'm trying my best out here. I'm here, I'm focusing. I'm even putting a white shirt on for you as well. Rolling the old sleeves up. Bro, we see you changing. You don't see anything. You see nothing. Rolling these sleeves up because that's how well I play play WoW. You know, I'm taking it seriously. Rolling up and I'm getting ready. Can we have the DVD logo? No, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve any of that. Supermarkets in the UK place bread, alcohol, and milk in separate sections, so you have to walk through the shop because they are the most commonly purchased things. Absolutely true, 100%. Do you guys want to know something psychological? Let me tell you something psychological about products. And I know this because I did this, and I understand why this is done. This is where toys used to work pretty well. Consider this. Let's imagine that you go to a toy shop and you want to buy a gun, a toy gun that shoots those foam darts, okay? You all know what I mean. I'm not going to say the product name of them, but you know what I mean. It's that or nothing. You've got the toy gun that shoots the toy darts. Let's say that on the shelf I want to put 3 different products. The first product will be one toy gun that shoots 1 dart, and it'll come with 5 darts, and it'll cost 15 quid. The next product will be 2 toy guns that shoot 2 darts and comes with 30 darts and costs £20. Okay, so it's a little bit more expensive than the lowest tier, but you get a lot more for what it is. Like, it's good value. But remember that it's only good value in comparison. And then you have a third product, which is 2 of the foam dart guns again, with 50 darts, with a little cardboard target in the back that costs 60 quid. And you're looking at it and you're going, oh, that's way too expensive. You don't get enough to, purchase that. The good thing is the 2 guns and the darts. I don't really care about the cardboard stuff. The best value, the best idea is to buy the thing in the middle, right? Because it's better value than the thing below it, but the thing above it is just a bit, it's too expensive. You're not getting enough. Okay, here's the psychological trick. The smaller and the bigger, the cheaper and the more expensive product literally only exist as what we call framing products. We don't expect you to buy them. They exist to make the product in the middle look better. That's what it is. If we just put the single product, the good one, the 2 dart guns with the good darts for 20 quid out, you'd have nothing to compare it to. You wouldn't look at it and go, well, this is good value or bad value, because you would have no context. Part of marketing, part of sales is creating context from nothing and then setting the thing that you want somebody to buy as the best within the context that you have created. So when someone says, oh, I'm going to buy this one in the middle, I'm not thinking, yeah, that's the best value. I'm thinking that's the only product they really wanted to sell. We actually don't sell any of the single £15, toy guns with the darts, because it's not good value compared to the better product, and we don't sell any of the bigger ones because that's not good value compared to the middle product. But these are designed to be bad value. They're designed to make the product they want you to buy look better. If they weren't on the shelf, the other products would not sell. Marketing and sales are the most overcompensated jobs. Jack, that may be true. But consider the fact that if there's one person who's going to be able to convince you that their job is essential, it's somebody who's in marketing. Like, if I wanted to convince somebody that they absolutely had to keep me on payroll, I would be in marketing. Why do you think mobile shops for premium currency have different sizes of currency at different things with different levels of value? It's to create context. Metal Gear Solid 2 was ahead of its time. It is all about creating context. Increase the damage done by fire spells. Yes. Right, we're doing more damage with fire spells. Fantastic. We call these dark patterns. Chris Wilson has an excellent video on YouTube because of it. You recall Jesse Cox saying something along the lines of, it doesn't matter what people think of you, if they love or hate you. When you're selling something, all that matters is they know you. That's very interesting. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. Hate is not the opposite of love. Apathy is. Not caring, not having any emotional connection whatsoever. Remember that Elvis's manager sold both I Love Elvis and I Hate Elvis merchandise. You play both sides of the market. Both Asmongold and Hassan are represented by the same agency. You play both sides of any potential market. Because it doesn't matter whether you're red or blue. The color that matters to business is green. They are. It's called Night Media. It's very exclusive. You can go and have a look at their roster, but it's very hard to get a hold of. How does this man know so much about so many random things? Research, man. Research them. I don't know if he's still represented by Night Media, but he was. You can go and see what the current roster of any kind of thing is. It's just theatre, man. It's all just theatre. Marketing is just theatre with money attached to it. So when we talk about marketing in general, Jesse Cox was very correct. It doesn't matter whether they love or hate you. Someone that... Have you ever seen someone who says, I will specifically do the opposite of whatever that person tells me to do? I know people like that. Contrarians for the sake of being contrarian. I know people who have said, if they say it, I'm not doing it. All right. Brilliant. That means that person still has a huge amount of marketing potential over that person. You've been online, yes. Yeah. If someone says, I'm not doing the mainstream thing, then guess what? You're still doing whatever the mainstream wants you to do. You're just doing the opposite. From what I remember, wasn't there a thing back in the UK where a couple of years ago where killing in the name of became Christmas #1? Do you remember that? So there was a thing in the UK. The Christmas #1 every year was basically whoever won the X Factor. Okay? It was really irritating. If you won the X Factor, you got Christmas #1. That was just kind of it. And people started to absolutely hate the fact that Simon Cowell was basically controlling whoever got Christmas #1 because he was controlling the X Factor. He was a way to fuck over Pop Idol or the X Factor, whatever it was some talent show, and it was a singing talent show, and if you won, you got a Christmas album, and the Christmas album, simply because the amount of people watching the show, they would buy it and they would win. Okay, cool. Rage Against the X Factor, that was something like that. Yeah, so people were like, you know what, this year, we are not going to buy whatever his stupid album is. We're going to push back. We're going to buy a dumb song. Give you one guess who owns the record company that represented Rage Against the Machine. Congratulations. By starting the war against the Christmas #1 always being X Factor, Simon Cowell was effectively able to make people buy two songs. Either the X Factor or Rage Against the Machine, who was represented by Simon Cowell at the time. Genius marketing move. Because people think emotionally. People pick sides. People say, well, I don't want your side to win. I'm going to vote for my side. When you look at the sides and you go far enough up the tree, it's the same people benefiting. So when people say, I'm going to fight back against X Factor always winning Christmas #1 by buying the Rage Against the Machine album, you aren't fighting back against anything. You're giving the same money to people. In fact, you're probably giving money that you wouldn't have given to them anyway. You're probably giving money that you wouldn't normally have given. You've simply said, hey, I'm going to buy this to prove a point. The point you're proving is that you're easy to manipulate. That's all it is. We all know someone who bought and wore a Che Guevara t-shirt when they were a teenager because they wanted to believe and agree with that kind of lifestyle without questioning where that t-shirt was made. And I know that because I was that person. And I was like, I'm such a counterculture rebel. I bought this t-shirt that shows how counterculture I am from Primark. Go me. Aren't I such a special little boy? Because there is one thing the system loves, and that is you fighting back against the system, because then the system can sell you merchandise that proves that you're fighting back against the system.
That's still recharging.
Che Guevara was a revolutionary. My fashion choices are now dictated by two things: how many white shirts Marks & Spencer's currently has in stock, and wherever is selling quarter zips. Now, Paladin, I wouldn't say that it's all lost. I wouldn't say, a great film by the way you've referenced, the only winning move is not to play. I wouldn't say that. I would say that the winning move is to acknowledge that your choices do have both international and local consequences. And sometimes it's a nice thing to be able to simply choose and work with the local. Maybe purchase music from bands that you like. Bands that are local, bands that are smaller. Bands that are trying to do their best. Or, and this is going to sound horrible, accept the fact that you are unwillingly, through no fault of your own, involved in a system that is simply too big for one person to make a major difference within and fight back against, and do what makes you happy. It sucks that sometimes people have to think, I am part of this exploitative system. But unfortunately, it is very difficult to get out of it. And this is why sometimes I turn around to people and I say, you know what, if you like Rage Against the Machine, cool, listen to their music. You don't need to say, I'm not going to listen to this music based on the fact of who owns it. You're welcome to say that, that's fine, but you are still part of the system that sucks. Is there a reason you don't use Life Tap? I don't need to. Everything's dead within that time. I mean, I'm playing World of Warcraft. Is this an advert for me to play World of Warcraft? Not specifically. I've died. That's because I life tapped too hard. It is possible to criticize society while still benefiting from that society. Paladin, you say you're glad you're on the way to growing your own crops. Good. That sounds great. Hopefully you're not going to use the seeds that have been patented to not produce plants with seeds, so you have to keep buying them. That's a real thing, by the way. You can look that up. It sucks. There is, I think it's Monsanto that did it. Monsanto literally patented seeds that would create produce that did not self-sustain. Which is incredible amounts of control. Well, we wiped. So we return and we go slower. There are entire corporations who have entire agencies of people dedicated to working out how they can exploit you the best. Am I enjoying the warrior or the warlock more? I enjoy them both. I love both my children. Long term, that will screw over humanity. Long term, it will, Cry, but you have to understand that for a brief moment, it really increased shareholder value. And if we aren't looking at increasing shareholder value for the next quarter, what are we doing? What are we really doing if we aren't increasing shareholder value? Yeah, who cares about the future when you've got your next 3 months to think about? The future doesn't pay me a bonus. The future doesn't increase my income. This random ephemeral future doesn't get my family that nice big Christmas dinner. Right now does. And right now, the way to get that bonus is to exploit the system as it is right now. Why would I worry about some future that I'm not going to be a part of when I could instead strip mine the planet and society for all the value that it has, exploit it, leave a bit of a shit stain for the rest of the people to mess up, but get this, watch the next Marvel movie in IMAX? Do you not think that that is a better choice of what I could do? Because what you have to understand is that benefiting the world does not benefit me. And I, the main character, need to only make choices that benefit me. We're here. This stream very much goes from the fun, kind of, everything's great, we all support each other, we should all love and care, to everything's bad and now we're all sad. I like that. I like the roller coaster of this stream. When you say, Josh, that is based and I'm listening, is it based or is it just something that you agree with and someone validating your opinions? Would you say something that you disagree with is based just because it was objectively correct or it went against your own lifestyle? That's a question for all of you. When you say something is a W or an L, do you just mean that it validates your own life opinion? Because most people don't say that something is based if they don't agree with it. Remember, guys, nobody fact checks things that they want to agree with. Nobody does their own research when the most base research already says things they want to be true. People just use the word for things they want to agree with. Yeah. I stabbed myself to get some mana back. Should you fact check that? You can do. The problem is that I say something people agree with, and they're like, yeah, he's our guy, he's on our side. And then I say something that those same people do not agree with, and they're like, L take, man, L take, gonna have to drop you for this one, can't believe I ever supported you. And I'm like, you didn't ever support me. You just liked the fact that for a brief period of time I was parroting your own views and validating your own feelings. We spoke about this yesterday, and this is a very important thing to be aware of. Very few human beings are 100% disagreeable. And that makes them dangerous. Because if someone said something and you disagree with everything they ever say, chances are they're not going to be able to manipulate you or connect you in any way. But people that want to manipulate you don't start by saying things that you disagree with. They start by saying things that you very much agree with. They start by saying things that are generally agreeable. And then you're like, yeah, I get this guy, I understand. He gets it, he follows the same thing, this is the idea. And then you start to say things that are a bit more extreme. Then you start to say things that are a bit more disagreeable. But people like you, so they want to agree with you, and they go along with you. And then you start to say things that are really heinous, but some people keep going along with that as well. And when someone says, oh, I disagree with all of this person's takes, that's the problem. No, you don't. There are some things that the worst people will be able to say that you will still be able to nod at and say, I agree with that. And that's the danger. But does that also apply to me? Do you think I will ever start to say things that you agree with in general, and then I'll start to say things that you maybe disagreed with, but because you like me, you're slightly more willing to give me a bit of a leeway on them? Yeah, I would say you are. I mean, think about this. If somebody walks up to you and says, you should dislike every person from that demographic over there, then you would go, no, why would I do that? And then you go, well, that demographic over there are you and us. And you go like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. They're like, yeah, well, look at how hard they have it, look at how difficult they have it. That demographic over there, they have it way too easy. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? And you're like, you know what, yeah, it is a bit unfair. And then you start to think, maybe I should dislike that person. To dislike someone, you need a valid reason, and disagreements aren't a valid enough reason. Brain juice. Okay. That's fine. That's a genuinely good place to work from. To dislike someone, you need a valid reason. What if the reason is that person is aware of your suffering and is actively not helping you? What if, worse than actively not helping you, they're actively trying to keep you suffering? What about that? Can you imagine if you were suffering and struggling in life? Hang on, do you guys want like a soul stone? Imagine if you were suffering in life. When someone says that's an L take, they're not just saying I disagree with you, it's the way of saying you are wrong. Like, I kind of get that, but it's also really reductive. And what it does is, having this L take, W take, it puts the streamers, I don't know if you guys have seen this, it puts streamers in a position where they feel that they need to constantly keep having W takes. Otherwise, their group no longer support them. And so what the streamers then start to do is work out what the group want and just say that. Even if they don't actually agree with it themselves. The concept is there. I mean, W take and L take haven't necessarily been defined, but I think we can all agree it basically means the streamer is right and the streamer is wrong. Hey Josh, just to pop inform you that you have been promoted from stuff I put on the background while doing stuff to stuff I put on to watch while I eat lunch and dinner. Brilliant. You enjoy the Plays channel? Looking forward to one eventually make a video about Crimson Desert. It'll take time, man. It'll really take time. Nightcrawler, we're not talking politics at all. We're not talking politics. This is not a political stream. I'm not a political streamer. I'll talk about human psychology, but I'm not talking about one side of politics or the other. But what this does is the whole W and L thing. It encourages streamers to work out what their audience want and then give them more of that. That's pretty much what it does. Yeah, I'm not doing a politics stream. It's not the place. People come here to avoid that kind of shit. People come here to be told they are smarter than other people. That's what they do. People come here to validate their own intellectualism. Glimmering leg guards. Cool. That was a satisfying AoE. I like doing that. And let's just... We've got the helmet, which is great. And I leveled up to 37. I mean, we're all level 37, 33, 34, 34. We can do another run or two of this to get you guys the levels for the cathedral. Just want to share a neat story. Go for it. Go for it. I see you've moved on to WoW. Have you given up on politics? Yes. Yeah, I realise I'm not brave enough for that. I realise that I'm only able to pretty much support Stop Killing Games, and that's kind of it. Have I looked at the other abilities at all? I have. I realised I don't need them. You could heal Kath for sure. Do you think, Nina, could you... Yeah, want to try Kath? Go slow. We can do this. How far did I get in Outland with the Warrior? Level 63, I think? I think we can try. We can try Cathedral. We got this. Time for the thigh. Can I go and repair? Of course you can. In fact, how close am I to breaking stuff? I've got loads left. Yeah, I'm nowhere near breaking things. Halfway. Halfway is great. Have I ever played Lego Universe? I have. It was a long, long, long time ago, though. Wouldn't say it was any time recently. Have I watched Meat Canyon's new video? No, not yet. Appreciation for how you choose to see your better individuality. Can't remember the tones now. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Glyph leggings can't wear. How was the Brothers movie premiere? It was good, actually. I enjoyed it. It was a very sad film, very depressing, very well made. Sad, depressing, and well made. That's how I would describe a lot of stuff that I've gone through. Am I excited for the Albion Online Crucible event that my community can help out with by joining the Lords of Strife Guild on the 17th of April until May 4th? It's all I'm thinking about. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm going to start prepping for that tomorrow. I will head back to the stone and prepare to summon people. Help that person out briefly. Albion is in Fable. No, Albion is in Albion Online. The MMORPG Albion Online is having the Crucible event, which begins on, I want to say Friday. And they're taking 100 content creators, putting them together, and having them battle it out for 2 weeks. And the content creators create guilds, and the guilds can earn points, and at the end of the 2 weeks, the guild with the most points wins. And I have a guild in that. I will be sorting that out tomorrow. We're also working with the Albion Online content creator Nomad Poncho, who will be the second in command of the guild. And then we'll be taking on some other content creators. It's going to be great. It's going to be good fun. How is the community in Anniversary if I don't have to file a job application? I mean, it depends on the guild. There's tens of thousands of people playing the Burning Crusade Anniversary. There's probably going to be some people that do require you to fill out a form. I don't. Can I help out if I know nothing of Albion? Yes, you can. I will get you the link. You can simply download that. In fact, if you type in !Albion, we should get the... There we go. Cool. Join the guild and compete in the Crucible. Download Albion using the reference that's on stream right now. Well, in the chat right now. Is this live television? I suppose in a way it is. Right, Witch is ready for a summon. So's Veronilla. I'll help out Bren. We'll get that summon sorted. Get you guys here. I suppose that, yeah, streaming is like interactive TV in a way, isn't it? Hey Josh, can you reinvite the guild that got removed for some reason? Probably because you were AFK for 2 weeks or more. That is the main reason people do get sent away. Loving the stream, looking for unionizing, got room in the guild. Yeah, sure, why not? Get involved. Invite. And if you need a DPS, I can join my Warlock. We don't for the time being. Bran will help you out with that summon. How am I enjoying the Warlock compared to the Warrior? It's much easier because I can stay far away and still do damage. And once we are, I think, all back, I will head in. In fact, let's take a 2-minute break. In fact, 2-minute break right now. Pop to the bathroom, grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, go and touch industrial amounts of grass, and then we will continue with the Cathedral, killing the Thigh Inquisitor Whitemane, and hopefully getting the cool mace drop. Here's a DVD logo, because I know you guys have no attention span, and here's a 4-minute countdown. I'll see you in 4. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, you guys ready? I think we can do this. Did it go in the corner? Let me know. Answers on a stamped, self-addressed envelope, which is something that, honestly, it's very old to say that. That was the thing they used to say on Saturday morning TV in the UK. Things like Blue Peter and whatnot. No, but never. We listened to a great horse conversation. Fill me in. Fill me in with what happened with the horse conversation. I need to know. There's a spinning elephant back there. Tuning in for your daily whelming stream. Am I that predictable that you know that what I'm going to give you is just average? Totally average. They talked about tax evasion. If any of you work for HMRC, I can explain. All of those life-size World of Warcraft props were essential. And you may ask me, Josh, how do you business write off 5 Draenei body pillows? And I would say, how else am I going to mentally recreate the vibe of the parties we have had? Which is essential to the mindset of the stream. They're my emotional support space goats. Inside guy at the tax office. Well, I mean, Tam, that's definitely one method that you could reduce your taxes, but I think an easier method than being inside a guy at the tax office is just to have a friend of yours that works there. I'm going to give you a moment to laugh at that, because that was quite funny. All right, that was... Some of you weren't laughing as much as I thought you would laugh at that. Do I need to explain why that was funny? The joke was... Basically, it was sex sells. The joke was... You know what's quite funny is when I went to have a wee just now, and I treated myself to a sit-down wee, I checked my phone, obviously, and 2 new people had signed up for the Patreon. So advertising works. It just works, guys. It just works. Oh, God, Bethesda. They were right. They were right. Okay, who are we waiting for? Who's all here? Right. Vern, yes. Yes with Bren. Yes with Witch. Yes with Nina. I'm ready. Hang on, make sure we don't drown. Cool, ready. We're still waiting on... Nina is tanking, so Nina kind of has control on this. They did it to prove that adverts don't affect them. If you are easily manipulated by an advert, then you will not sign up for the Patreon. Because you are simply a sheeple. But if you sign up for the Patreon, you won't be a sheeple. You'll be a goat. Like the Draenei. Oh my God, I've just realized it. Listen up, liberals. Because statistically most of you are, including me. Do you want to be a sheep? Or do you want to be a goat? But sheeps are fluffy. Macaroni, stop destroying the metaphor. Listen. You want to be a goat. The greatest goat of all time. Goat. What about bears? They're involved. I heard you throw sheep at the dance clubs. That's the polymorph move. Which is when you're morphing with the Kuhl. Some of you will get that. Now, the human male warrior will, of course, be the most important thing. Oh no, you're surrounded by liberal. It is true. Unfortunately, that is true. We're all going to start talking about Super Warlock pretty soon, so get prepared for that. You'd like there to be a giant raptor. Can we make this work? I mean, we can try. GOAT stands for the goat of all time. I am sorry, guys, but unfortunately it will be a super Hulock talk followed by a half-hour, possibly going up to 7-hour discussion on the comparisons of Steven Universe and My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. That will happen. I will then also say to all of you, nice shoelaces. And some of you alone, will be allowed to progress. Do not make me go and hold up the spork as I get Katie to Penguin of Doom and give you a dramatic reading of My Immortal. Do I want you to pay money for the JoshStrifeHayes lifestyle? I think I want to act, honestly, as a warning. Increases attack power by 18 when fighting beasts. I don't need that. You want that. You don't know any of these words. You don't know the story of Ebony Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way? You only get sporks. Do you ever hold the spork up and show how random you are? Do you guys know what Ra means? It means I love you in dinosaur.
I can't cast that yet.
The first thing I heard coming back was spork. I think, unfortunately, I am a bit too millennial to have this conversation. Did any of you have a shirt that said, "Boys are stupid, throw rocks at them"? Statistically, one of you did. Do you guys remember Happy Tree Friends? Hang on, I'm going to show you something insane in a second. Do you want to know one of the most insane things on YouTube? Okay. YouTube have a lot of rules and regulations that you have to follow. YouTube have anti-copyright, YouTube have community guidelines, they have, you know, stuff that they expect you to do and not to do. If you break any of those YouTube rules on a sizable channel, you will be sent to the creator guideline camp. And in the creator guideline camp, they will basically educate you on what you did wrong, how you can avoid doing it again, and what a copyright or a community strike will do to you. They educate you through an officially sponsored Happy Tree Friends video. I am not lying. Because I have had to go through that. You can Google it. YouTube Copyright School is officially done via Happy Tree Friends. I will link the Wikipedia article now. I am not lying. Right, I got a bit too silly with that pull, guys. It is there, see? You're all like, oh my god, he's just joking. I'm not joking. Is that still the case to this day? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I've not done the copyright thing in a while. Is this an ad for Happy Tree Friends? Inadvertently it is, yes. Was that commissioned by YouTube or made independently and endorsed later? Commissioned by YouTube. It's the actual official way of doing it. It was created for YouTube. I think you can still watch it. It's on IMDb. Mark Hamill is the narrator. You can watch it. Yeah, it's still there. How and why. Memorable and easy to make. Guys, can we pull as we go so we don't accidentally get these guys? Pull as we go. Clear. Clear for safety. Mark Hamill narrates a Happy Tree Friends video for YouTube. Sounds like something I made up. But it's not. It's legit not. The world is a strange place. Remember, guys, shortcuts always take longer. That's true. Clear as we go. If we can. If possible. It's way safer. Way safer than risking a pull. Like we just have done. Remember, guys, slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. It's my favorite way of explaining this to people. People always go, oh, I know a shortcut. If everyone is familiar with the shortcut, it is often quicker. But if everyone is not familiar with the shortcut, it often results in things taking a lot longer. Do you guys think that I would just lie to you about this kind of stuff? Do you think I would just come on the internet and lie to you? I wouldn't do that. I believe in you. I trust all of you. A lot. Yes, you think I would. That's true. I might do that. I might do a little bit of that. Like a little bit of trolling. Not much, just a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. As a treat, you know? So yeah, I would say you'd weaponize it against us. Some of you know exactly what I would and wouldn't do. And those people, they're the smart ones. They're the ones who've been paying attention. They're the people who I think would get a great deal of value out of supporting on the Patreon. Because then they would be around like-minded people who are also statistically sexier. You don't need to. My whole autobiography will be lies. If I start with my autobiography might be a lie, and then my autobiography is just an entire copy-paste of Henry Cavill's autobiography. Being around like-minded people is a polite way of saying it's an echo chamber of intelligence. You're going to unsub from the Patreon after that ad. That's good, Anna. I knew you'd do that. Because you're easily manipulated. The only way to prove me wrong, I guess, would be staying subbed. Will I sell the autobiography via Wish? If you order it via Wish, Henry Cavill's actual biography turns up. I called your bluff. I did indeed. You got caught bluffing. You got caught slipping. That's what happened. We do a little bit of manipulation here and there. Just a little bit. Not much. Not too much. We don't want to get greedy. You know, too much is silly. You know, I am enjoying hitting like 300s, though, on the spells now, which is quite nice. I'm very much enjoying hitting the spells for 300s. Your water tastes bland. Any idea what you can do to improve it? I can't fix all your problems for you, alright? I can't do that. I'm sorry. A whelming amount of psychological exploitation. Not too much psychological. It's not exploitation, right? It's... Right. Okay. It's not exploitation unless it comes from the exploitation region of France. Okay, apart from that, it's just sparkling shenanigans. I think we can kill these guys first. That's what we can do. No dots at this point, you're just trolling. I haven't got time to put dots on the enemy when I can instead be casting Shadow Bolt at them faster. Dots don't do anywhere near as much as just endless Shadow Bolts do. It's horrible, but it's the best way to do it. Sometimes the most effective methods are the most boring. People tell me all of these really complicated ways to get fit and get buff and get healthy, but listen, if you actually want to get fit, the secret is very simple. Drink more water, eat more protein, eat less sugar, move more, and do steroids. That's pretty much it. That's the secret to the Hollywood body. You do those things, you'll be fine. Legally, that was a joke. You don't need to drink water. I had you until the last one when I was dropping the actual truth bombs. Eat fiber. Inju, you don't need to eat fiber, alright? All fiber does is make you poop more. And if you're pooping, you know what you're not doing? You're not using all of the nutrients of your food. If you're pooping, you're just showing that there is waste. My body is so efficient, it creates no waste. It actually manages to absorb and utilize all of the nutrients. All of it. You're full of shit, probably. Josh, am I rage baiting? No, I'm health maxing. My body operates on such an efficient level that I don't need to anymore.
That spell isn't ready yet.
See, basically what I've done is I've managed to convince everyone around me that they shouldn't do what I'm doing. And in doing so, I've weakened them and strengthened myself. If I gave them my secrets, then I would be competing against them. It's important that I'm not, so I'm always winning. I've managed to make all of my routine much more efficient. Have you seen looks maxing? Where they do hammer smashing? Where they do little gentle taps on their face? Change the bone structure? Inefficient, okay? Super inefficient. I've managed to make it far more efficient and far quicker. When I start my day, I wake up, I smash my face really fucking hard with one big hammer. None of those little tiny baby taps, just one massive smash. Gets it all out of the way immediately. Go downstairs, eat some cereal. Eat cereal? No. Dry scoop protein powder into my face, swallow it. Do a cartwheel to mix it in my stomach. That's what I do. The daily restructuring with the single. Do I eat eggs? No. Why would you eat eggs? Go straight to the source. Just lick a chicken. So much quicker. No half measures. Lick a chicken, punch a cow, smash yourself in the face with a hammer. Inject steroids straight into your soul. They're like, what part of your body's that? I'm like, it's everywhere, man. Absolutely everywhere. I just squirt them into the air around me. It's more of an aura. Right, now you all know my daily routine. What questions have you got? Like a real man. Like a real man. That's what I do. And then I listen to Eye of the Tiger, but only the first 10 seconds on repeat the entire day. All I hear is the word rising up. As far as I know, that's the only word in the entire song. Then I do sunning. I don't know if you guys are familiar with sunning. It's where you stand in the sun naked and stare directly into the sun. I stare directly into the sun for about 4 hours a day. That charges my eyes. I'm talking about the daily routine that's needed to max everything. You're goth, you'd never do that. No, you see, it's very important that you defeat the sun. Emotionally and spiritually. Maybe you should just stand on the sun. Not enough people do that. Explains the sunglasses. The sunglasses are mirrored, which means that the sun is then reflected back into itself. Vero says the sun is a deadly laser. Not anymore, there's a blanket. Okay, where's the exit door? I'm done. There is no exit door. The exit door is just an entrance to the next level. Okay, cool. Now I've taught you all all of my skills and all how I am. Don't forget I'm an influencer now. This stream is very much like Exit 8, whereas you will keep doing the same loop until you realize that you're in it and what's wrong, and eventually you will escape. Hang on, these are way better. I've currently got bright bracers. These give me more intellect and some stamina. I need those. I'm going to equip them right now. Get on my wrist. Hell yeah. Mods, can you time out the streamer? I will do it myself. I'll just stand and be silent for a bit. What if I like the loop more than my ordinary life? Tam, that's kind of what I'm banking on, to be honest. If Josh is out of ammo, the loop... Yeah, basically, I keep talking... Someone needs to give me a topic to talk about, because if I don't have a topic to talk about, I am just talking about absolute crap. Josh, do you know how I can escape the Matrix? I do, but I can't tell you. That's like if someone asks where the self-help books are. Like, telling you would defeat the purpose of you finding the book. Finding it is the first step. What happened to the tank? They're fine. People always ask where is Waldo, but never how is Waldo. You ever thought that maybe Waldo wants to be left alone for a bit? Maybe he wants to just chill out, hang out, not be constantly found? Guys, why do you want to escape the Matrix? Have you not watched the Matrix? The entire point of the Matrix, the literal main character, explains to you that ignorance is bliss. It's literally a line in the film. Josh, I'm a nice guy. Why don't birds like me? I think it's because birds understand your true intentions of trying to lure them in with sweet treats and then trap them in a cage. That advice can apply to both meanings of the word birds. How did you beat the system and get that voice? Because I've heard if you milk a male goat during the winter months and drink it while clubbing a baby seal, you can have an English accent. Admiral, you're not meant to give away the secrets. Don't give away our secrets. God damn. It's nothing sacred. They're not supposed to know. This accent is fake. You can get an accent like this by just slapping a seal, but you have to apologize and remind the seal when you do it that Kiss from a Rose was a good song. That's a joke that will slowly become less relevant as people get older and older and older, and kids will be like, I don't get it anymore. I'm like, there was a musical artist called Seal. They had a song called Kiss from a Rose. See? What's Kiss from a Row? That is an adult film based entirely in the Final Fantasy XIV universe. I kill the wizards first because they do AoE stuff. I'm pretty sure the row are the big ones, aren't they? Aren't the row the big muscular things in FF14? They are, see? That joke works. I know culturally relevant things. Sometimes you guys should be terrified of my knowledge of pop culture. You know, I have realized as well that with life tapping, I've completely stopped looking at my own life. Like, I have no idea what my life even is anymore. Okay, cool. Kill the wizard first, guys. I'm dead. You respect the mage for not helping you. That was the healer's problem. That's fine. Kill the wizard first. If you can get the wizard down, we'll be okay. Well, tank's dead. That's like, we're doing okay. We're doing okay if not for the added pull. We got this. I will run back. We need to nuke the wizards. We do need to nuke the wizards. I blame the Warlock, personally. Josh, have I heard epic? I don't know what epic is. Josh, I have so much knowledge in pop culture. Also, Josh, yeah, stuff and things. I am a living paradox. An anachronism. Oh, by faith no more? I don't think so. A pop culture I don't know? I don't know. I know Epicon and Globus. But you have found something I'm unaware of, which means it's a chance for me to learn. Did I drown? I did. You're just an internet granddad trying to be down with the kids. Anna, I'm hip. I'm with it. I've got cool stuff that people respect. Look. I've got McDonald's cards. That's cool. I assume. Is that what we play now? People, I've got the Mackey's cards. Yeah? You hate that you also have McDonald's cards on your desks right now. What do you have? Do you want to trade? I've got Gherkin transfer. I've got the old coin spinner machine. I've got McNugget buddies. The artwork on this is atrocious, by the way. And I've got the fry scoop. So if you want to trade any of those, we can do some swapsies. I'll get my trade binder out. What's the rarest card? I don't know. All right, 1, 2. We're all here. We're all good. We got this, guys. Let me get my old imp out just in case. What the hell are they? If you buy a McDonald's meal, you get trading cards with them now. And if you gather enough trading cards, you get free stuff. It's kind of like the old Monopoly thing they used to do, but with actual trading cards. So I might use Gherkin transfer in a Pokemon deck to relate to energy transfer. Right, I've got Yazbis, the imp. We're all good and ready to go. We got this. How many times have I gone to McDonald's recently? Once. You get 4 cards in a pack. Guys. Let's nuke the wizard. Wizard nuking begins. Apparently the Ronald McDonald number 25 is the rarest. Gotcha, the Ronald rookie card. Now, I've not been too much of a gamer, don't worry. Is UK McDonald's the same as the rest of the world McDonald's? I'd say it's slightly different. I mean, to get in, you have to... First of all, everyone is guarded by a royal guard. And then everyone that's serving you wears a pith helmet and dresses as if they're in the campaign for North Africa. Apart from that, it's pretty much the same. You got to leave your blunderbuss at the door. Obviously, yeah. That goes without saying. I mean, every Englishman has either a blunderbuss or a flintlock pistol. I've actually got a flintlock blunderbuss next to me right now. And they also say, what it be, governor? And you say, bottle of water. And they're like, oh, it's Tuesday, innit? That's what you do. A blunderbuss flintlock. Would it be a blunderlock or a flunk bus? You've got to walk into a McDonald's, look at the menu behind and go, all right, what's all this then? How many of you think that I don't have a blunderbuss flintlock next to me right now? My fluntlock. You do? I already know you do. I believe you. I saw it. It's there. Do you want me to show you the blunderbussy? I don't know if you've deserved that. You're just making up words. No. Yes. Some of you are like, the English aren't prepared for invasion. Ho, 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 ho. Yes, we are. We are always prepared for an invasion. Just in case. Bloodborne was actually a documentary. Bloodborne was what London was like, I think, about 3 years ago. That's not even loaded. Obviously, bullets are illegal. If you guys have played Bloodborne, you've actually been to London. That's what it's like after dark. Between the hours of about 9 at night and 2 in the morning, Bloodborne is a documentary. When they did location scouting, they just walked around London and then said, recreate this. I mean, obviously, Bloodborne is what London would be like if, you know, they improved the infrastructure. Because the streets are actually quite tidy. Josh, would you rather live in Bloodborne or London? I mean, that's kind of like... That's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. That's a trick question. Much like the trick weapons. This blunderbuss is also a trick weapon like they have in Bloodborne. Because you can point it at someone and pretend that it is a firearm, or you can just hit them with it because it is a bit of wood. Both those things work. It's less of a pistol whip and more of a blunderbussy battering. None of those words are in the Bible. Sometimes you say a collection of words and it just brings to mind this visceral reaction image. I don't know if I ever want to say blunderbussy battering again. And yet it might end up being my stage name if all this goes tits up. Like, if all this goes wrong, I do have a fallback. The BBB. The Better Business Bureau Blunderbussy Battering. I just think that sometimes we need to restart the human race. And I think that we need to restart it because I've been saying things that shouldn't have been said. Right, here we go. Josh, what's my favourite part in the Warcraft plot? I think I love the bit when Van Cleef said it's Cleefin time, and then he cleefed all over everyone. Remember that bit? That was a good bit. That was probably one of my favourite moments. I think the jailer was an important moment in Warcraft history. Because nothing brings people together more than a shared enemy, and I'm pretty sure everyone hated the jailer. This current loop is weird, Josh. Look, things are going to happen. It's Monday. We have to get that weekend out of our system. Monday is the Sunday of the week, unfortunately. What's the Jailer? The Jailer, I think, was the best thing to ever happen to Warcraft since literally everything else. I'm never being sick on a Monday again. There are other Twitch streams. Other Twitch streams are available. I don't know if they, you know, deliver what you need, but they are available. Okay, so Nina, do you want to face pull, or do you want me to go and pull with a wand? Because I can wand pull, that's fine. I don't mind wand pulling. Right, let's burn this champion down. There are other streams, but no good streams. That's fair. Hopefully I get the... What's the armor that I want from Whitemane? Right, what does Whitemane drop? Oh, okay, hang on. They could drop their head. That could be cool. Let's just go to this one. Dungeons and Raids. We go to Scarlet Monastery Cathedral. Oh, big pull. Big pull, here we go. 9. Up to 7. I think those are better for me. Yep, need those. Cool. Now the monk. What did you roll for it? You won 49. You rolled 1 higher. Hey, you rolled 1 higher and you got it. Well done. Am I going to wear Whitemane's head? Isn't that a bit morbid? Look, it's going to give good stats, so it's fine. Let's have a quick check. Chapeau is not bad. The amulet's fine. The Hand of Righteousness increases damage done by up to 5. I don't think that's actually good for me, but it might be... What do you do? You have a 2-handed mace, which is kind of cool. Imagine if we could use guns. I think wizards should be able to use guns. I think they should be able to cast both spells and shells. I should be out of spells, but not out of options. That's how it should work. I want to cast non-magic missile. Okay, let's see where we've else... The wizard casts gun. I could do that. I've seen wizards with guns. So that's a pretty cool looking mace. I think what I really want is I want Whitemane's hat. And I think I kind of want... No, I don't. Damage and healing by up to 9. Yeah, I don't want the Hand of Righteousness. I want nothing from here. I just want the hat. I just want... the hat. That's what I want. Give me the hat, I'm a happy chap. Doesn't the locked away zombie priest have nice shoulders? I mean, if he's working out, then maybe. Some of you laughed at that really stupid joke. Josh, would a wizard use a blunderbuss? Possibly. Kill the wizard first, because the wizard does the stupid AoE attack. Come on. There we go, full damage. Finding the hidden zombie was a big lore moment. I enjoyed that. You guys took me through that dungeon quite well, and I loved it. Would the Void be the blunderbussy? The Blueberry? He may be. Get myself some mana by slapping myself in the face. Yeah, the undead man in the cave. Yes, he's part of the Scarlet Monastery. Which he shouldn't be, because they're meant to hate the undead. Guild Wars 2 lets most people use guns, which I think is cool. Sad times, Blunderbussy is taken on the server. You weren't fast enough to get the Blunderbussy, I'm sorry about that. I hate every word I've said for the last, like, half an hour. It's beginning to... I'm looking at who I've become, and I don't like the man. I feel that I miss who I was half an hour ago. I think we all miss who we were half an hour ago. Is this my fault? Yes. This is like that scene in Mulan when she's singing Welcome to My Reflection Show, but it's like who I was half an hour ago. You were $6 richer half an hour ago. Thank you for supporting the Patreon, the place where statistically some people are. The Blunderbussy was a silly gun in time. Oh, the Time Splitters 1 is an incredible game. I will defend Time Splitters 1 and 2 as being some of the best games ever made. You can't argue with those stats, guys. You just can't. You know, I was happier before you said the word. We all were. Unfortunately, as we get older, we become more cynical. We get exposed to things the world does not want us to know, or understand, or see. Now, I'm not going to make silly adult jokes, because I said I want the hat that Whitemane drops. I want the headgear. And someone else responded, we all want head from Whitemane. But I didn't pick that up. I didn't point that out. Because that would have been, I think, that would have been reducing this stream to crude, cringe humor. We're not about that. I'm above that, okay? That took restraint. Well, I don't know what she's into, but... none of those words were in the Bible. Oh my god, can you stop healing yourself? You hate that you laughed. Anna, you laughed. What do you call the Warlock tanker? You know exactly what we call the Warlock tanker, and we know exactly that I've written a guide on how to do it. Do Twitch have a Happy Tree Friends video you need to watch? Ooh. Thank you, Evil on Toast. I do make a little chuckle to myself whenever a really bad joke happens. You guys want to hear a bad joke? Why did the blind man fall down the well? Because he could not see that well. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a good old, it's a sensible chuckle. I think that sometimes you just need a good old sensible chuckle. You know what? You was right. You were right. There are other streams. Someone's been like, Josh, I've taken you at your word and I've checked. Turns out there are other Twitch streams, and honestly, by setting those as context, yours is actually quite bad. Almost letting Nina die because you're laughing too much. You know what? I think that it sounds... If you play World of Warcraft Classic and you're in the guild, running dungeons with me sounds really fun up until you have to do it. And then you realize that I am basically very, very little help. 35 to 66 fire damage, speed 1.5. That is 33 damage per second. That's just straight up better. I'm going to use that. I'm going to equip that right now as a new wand. Hell yeah. I've got a fire wand. New wand for me. Right, time to use some flame stuff. Now we've got a fire wand. I think I remember the genie one you told, but I don't remember the exact joke. I can tell you a good joke about a genie, if you want to hear it. A man is walking through the desert. And on his journey, he discovers an ancient and mysterious lamp. And when he returns to civilization, he walks into a bazaar. He starts talking to some of the locals there, and they say, "That is a magical lamp. You should rub the magical lamp and a genie will appear and grant you 3 wishes." And the man says, "Okay." And he rubs the lamp. And out the end of the lamp, a genie appears. And the genie says, "I will grant you 3 wishes. And 3 wishes only." The man sits and thinks for a long time. And he looks around the bazaar. He sees people enjoying life. He sees people wealthier than him. He sees people more attractive than him, more successful. And he thinks for a long time. And after a while, he says to the genie, "Genie, for my first wish, I would like you to make my left leg 1 meter longer than it should be." And the genie, confused, but he does. The leg grows. Then he takes a long time to think again. And he looks around at all the people and thinks, "Okay, my plan is coming together." And he says, "Genie, I would like you to make it so every time I eat a green apple, it becomes a red apple." And the genie is still confused, but he understands the man is going somewhere with this. And so he grants that as a wish. And the man tests by picking up a green apple and taking a bite, and it does indeed become a red apple as he's eating it, with his longer left leg and his green to red apples. And then he sits down and thinks, "For my 3rd and final wish, I would like you to make it so I can hold my breath for 30 seconds longer than I would normally be able to." And the genie is very confused, and the people around are confused, but the genie grants the wish. And then after a few minutes, the man with his long left leg and his magical apple transition powers and his stronger breath turns to the companions next to him in the bazaar and says, "Lads, I think I fucked up." The best thing about telling that joke is that you can get people really invested in the ideas. You get people really paying attention to what's going on. Like there's really some through line of an idea. It's all leading to something. It's not. It's not at all. People are going, "Okay, so there's the left leg's a meter longer and the apple's changing from red to green and he can hold his breath longer. What's all this adding to?" Nothing. Literally nothing. I paused the email I was writing to listen to the joke. Oh, it's brilliant. It's the fact that so many people think that it's leading somewhere. There's such a focus that it could be something. And then there's just nothing. Nothing happens. Oh, it's great. It's like this stream. You all think it's building up to something. It's not. There are roughly 2,000 people in this stream, give or take a few for ad blockers. And that joke took about 2 minutes to tell, which means collectively we've wasted quite a bit of human time. By the way, I know the genie dick joke. Oh, that's a classic one. That's a classic genie joke, and that's if I will tell you another joke. Do you guys want to actually know another joke? Don't say, "Oh God, it's going to happen." Listen. A man walks into a bar, and let me see if I can remember the joke, because it's a complicated joke. It's more complicated than that, guys, don't worry. Don't ban the streamer. No, just listen. Listen, it's going to get there. Comedy takes time. Thankfully, I've got a lot of it. Getting invested in that joke is going to be one of your top 5 regrets. The only way, it's kind of like the film The Ring. You can pass the regret on by just telling the joke to somebody else at this point. The circus is in town, and the head recruiter for the circus is touring some local pubs, talking to some local people to see if any of them have any fascinating skills that would allow them to join the circus. And the recruiter ends up in one English country pub, deep in the countryside, not many people around. There's a bartender, and sleeping by the fireplace, a dog. And the recruiter says to the bartender, "Do you know any interesting locals that might be able to add to our beautiful circus performances?" The bartender says, "Well, the dog over there talks." The recruiter says, No, don't be silly. Of course he doesn't." The bartender says, "No, he does. And you know what? I would sell that dog to you for £10. The recruiter says, "Don't be foolish. Of course he doesn't talk. A talking dog would be worth far more than that." The bartender says, "Give it a go. Go and have a chat." So the recruiter walks over to the dog and says, "I don't believe it, but I've been told that you talk." And the dog goes, "It's true, I do." The recruiter is taken aback, and they go, "Well, how on earth did you end up here in a pub? Well, tell me all of your stories." And the dog goes, "Well, I originally worked for the CIA many years ago over in America, and I was a drug-sniffing dog, and I have performed in multiple secret missions all over the world, and then I was a pilot for a while, and I used to fly planes over the Atlantic, and then I was a goldsmith, traveling all through the Golden Mountains of America, and then I traveled down to Australia and ended up starting my own bar, and then I worked on a nuclear submarine for a while. I was a spy for a little bit because nobody expects the dog, and then I was a parachute instructor, and then I traveled all around, and eventually I was selling fake Rolexes over in the UK, and before I finally settled down here in this English pub." And the recruiter is taken back, and this is incredible. The life this dog has had is fascinating. He walks over to the barman and says, "Why are you selling this incredible talking dog for only £10? And the barman says, "He's a liar, didn't do any of that shit." Oh, it's a good joke. It's a good joke. It's got layers. It's got layers. This is the best stream so far. Do you think you could do stand-up if you had preparation and your audience were MMO players? Absolutely not. I do know many stand-up comedians, and all of them are far funnier than me. Could I do it if people had paid to be there and couldn't leave? I could be on stage and tell jokes. Whether they have a good time or not is up to them. I died several times in this party, and the most damage I've taken is from these jokes. Dusty male boots. Don't think I need those. Can't wear them anyway. My previous one, 30 to 57 shadow damage. That's just more. Yeah, so my current Emberstone Wand of the Whale is better. I'm just checking the wand I'm using is the best wand. What? Is there anything that can increase wand damage? Are there any spells or traits that increase wand attack speed or wand damage? It's a priest talent, isn't it? And you become a machine gun for a while. There are pills that increase wand damage, but only for a certain amount of time. And if you end up critting for over 4 hours, you should go and see a tavern owner. If your wand does X damage, items which increase X damage do work for wands. I don't think they do. Like, if your wand does shadow damage, items that increase, or traits that increase shadow damage don't increase wand damage. Because, for example, increase the damage done by your fire spells. A spell is not a wand, so... Increase damage and healing done by magical spells and effects by up to 7. If it says effects, does that also affect wands? A wand is a weapon, so it's weapon damage. Ah, okay, gotcha. So things that increase weapon damage would increase it. Other things would not. It does not, so... Okay, hang on. Let's go with the Centurion first. You cannot increase wand damage unless it's weapon damage. Almost nothing other than class talents helps wands. Okay. So we do not want to be helping wands. Oh, well, we've pulled the other chaplains, so good luck, guys. Let's just burn them down one at a time. Keep vanilla alive if we can. Doing good. I think the chaplain is probably the best thing to kill next, because the chaplain is what's healing everyone else. Get a shadow wand and a shadow priest in the party could work together. Okay, let's kill this chaplain if we can. Really good job there, guys. You believe agility and crit do affect wand attacks. Okay, so we want a really agile warlock. Well, that was a good job, guys. Well done. Really well done. Agility does not. That's misinformation. Gotcha. What do you call a dinosaur that collides with another? I don't know. What do you call a dinosaur? A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, what do you call a dinosaur that's really good at hide and seek? A do you think he saw us? Oh, goodness me. We are on fire today. This is comedy gold. Write this down. These jokes are they're landing. This is just banger after banger after banger. This is great. This is fantastic.
They must be purified.
I just think right now we are bringing a level of comedy to Twitch that is honestly not seen that often. If you approve, you should subscribe to the Patreon. And if you disapprove, you should subscribe to the Patreon and send me a message explaining why you don't approve. Everyone give reverence to the Holy Thibault. Josh, your Destro build increases fire damage IRL. That's just because I'm doing so much damage this way with the wand. Oh, now she's on half health. Now she gets up the dude. Now we continue to fight. Do I have any... I've got some... Hang on, I've just realized I've got mana potions on me. Just throwing... Have I seen the Inquisitor white mane figure that Blizzard is making? I have not. Might need to life tap myself a little bit here. Just to continue on with this. God, she is doing some healing. Do we not have any interrupts? That's the question. Well, you can't interrupt, can you? That's the problem. You've got an amazing view from down here. You have. You're at thigh level. Come on, keep pushing through. Do what damage we can. She's nearly dead. Beautiful. We got the amulet, but not the hat, which is a shame. Which I think I've already got somewhere. Don't I? I do have that amulet, but I can't wear it until next level. That's a shame. Do I like the auction house? I do. You hope I'm having a terrific day. May you ask what happened with the warrior. I'm just playing a different character. World of Warcraft players attempt to do something different challenge. Difficulty level impossible. It's the warrior's still there. I'm just doing different stuff for a bit. Where's John Balder? He drowned. Hey, the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander, which is a pretty good shield, to be fair. Very good job, guys. You finally got the shield that you wanted, Nina. God damn well done to you. Let's just inspect. You got the Aegis, which is a very good shield. Good job. Well done tanking that. Very nice. Good job, team. Very good. So what dungeons do we unlock at this level? Okay, so I'm level 37. I don't want to keep just running this constantly. What else can I do? Oh, we could do Uldaman. What? Does Uldaman drop any stuff that I need for magical stuff? What does Uld drop? Need to head off? Well, you have a good day. Thank you for joining us. Let's have a look. Right, you don't drop anything that I need. Grimlock, you don't. Increased damage done by fire spells. That's what we need. There's a nice chest in Uldaman. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've been working out. One-handed mace, blast to target, stonekeeper. Increased damage and healing by spells by up to 9. That is better than my Conjurer's Breaches of the Whale, so that's a good legs right there. We go for that. Ravaloche. Random enchantment on them. Alright, I mean, we can give it a go. I'm down to Uld in a bit. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You should be fine if you can heal this. No worries, guys. Right. Right, Uld team. Let's find an older man. Let's find an older man and then dive inside them. And we'll do the older man dungeon at some point. Goddamn, what are those keybinds? Is this rage bait? Why is it rage bait? The keybinds haven't changed. 1 to 5 are skills. Shift 1 to 12 are skills. I don't get why everyone hates the keybinds that I've got. It's the same keybinds. I could do quests, couldn't I? Where is the Uldaman quests? Oh, I've got loads of quest spaces, which is free. People just don't want... People want me to drown. That's what they want. That's what I'm realizing. People straight up want me to drown. Uldaman is east of Ironforge, and Ironforge is there. Which means... It's in Lochmoden? Yes. And where are the quests for Uldaman? That's my question. Aren't they in Ironforge? Yes. The Lost Dwarves, that's the one. Okay, so fly to Ironforge, get the Uldaman quests. People just don't know peak when they see it, guys. It's a real shame.
Need help?
Send me to Ironforge. I can probably level up, actually. I've gained a couple of levels since then. There's a lot of back and forth quests, but I can do it. There are some chains from Lochmoden and the Badlands. You will get it. There's a lot of quests in this place. No, but you can play the European version. Just make sure you download the correct launcher. I love that the only icon that isn't water breathing is Demon Skin, which isn't even used. I use it every now and again. I remember to click on it as a little treat. Let me go get some new spells. Maybe we can use more than 5 spells. Can you imagine that? Imagine a world where a Warlock can do more than just Shadow Bolt and Flame Rain. Florane. Can we get the Succubus? I don't think you've been good enough for that. I don't think you've earned that yet. You can make an EU account and still play from North America, that's true. The 6th spell is the free horse. I've already got that, it's in the book. The free horse is there. We want to hear the Succubus spank. By we, I mean I. Is that the animation where she slaps her own ass? I mean, we all value an independent woman. Let's go get these quests first. Let's go get the Uldaman quests. And then I will... Hang on, I've got to make a Warlock. Now you're understanding. Okay, now you're seeing... Now you're picking up what I'm putting down. What did I just say? You heard exactly what I just said. What a crazy sentence to unmute to. It's true. I'm not even making it up. That is actually what happens. Right, you. The Lost Dwarves. I will take your quest and your other quest. Do any of you also have... You probably have a quest for me that's... Okay. Is it Uldaman? Yes, Uldaman excavation site. Cool, gotcha. A few years ago, they also added Incubus. Yeah, Incubus is there. Let me go see if I can... I could do the... I'll do the Succubus quest at some point. We will get the Succubus, worry not. Uldaman does have Titan lore. It's true. If I were paying any attention, I'm sure it'd be quite interesting. I know where Uldaman is. I've done that one before. Right, you. Oh, you got a quest for me. Knowledge of the Orb of Orahil. Interesting. I will accept your quest and maybe in the future go and do it. For now, teach me. Oh, look at all these things. Life tap rank 4. Slap myself even harder. None of these are important to me. I don't do affliction. Ah. Create Spellstone. When equipped, the Spellstone dispels all harmful magic effects. It's probably useful to know these things. Health funnel. Health funnel. Firestone. Health funnel. Hey, rank 6 Shadow Bolt. Finally. 205 to 232, as opposed to 150 to 170. Hell yes. Now I can do more Shadow Bolt per Shadow Bolt. Get off the list, silly rank 5. Get on there, rank 6, you cheeky little chap. Alright, cool. That's all we need. Excellent. That was literally all I needed. Now let's see who is able to do Uldarman. More DPS. Damage per Shadow Bolt per Shadow Bolt. Shadow Burn's pretty good. Yeah, but it's not Shadow Bolt, is it? So, what do we need? I assume we need heals or DPS. And we'll find who else can help us. Guild members refuse to run until he gets a succubus. No, can't stop that. Okay, DPS for Uldarman. Let's see if we can find a Deeps to come and help us. We will get the succubus later. I can do a run. Yeah, you can. Get invited. Josh, do I like retail too, or am I just a classic enjoyer? Retail doesn't provide the experience that I personally want to play. I believe we are now full. Okay. On my way to Uldarman. It's 80 degrees and you're making chicken soup. Is 80 degrees Fahrenheit hot or cold? You're going to have to give me that in normal numbers. It's hot. Okay, gotcha. What temperature is that in Shadow Bolts? That's 20 degrees till you literally boil water. No, that would be degrees Celsius, not degrees Fahrenheit. They said it's 80 degrees F. So it's like 25 or 26 degrees C. Oh, so it's still quite warm. Okay, gotcha. It's still quite warm. Fahrenheit is easy. It's a 0 to 100 scale of cold to hot. Well, I mean, Celsius is pretty easy because it's 0 to 100 scale of freezing to boiling. Like 0, water stops. And at 100, water goes. Everything between that, water is. That's the best way to explain it. Right, that way. But talking about the boiling point of water is a bit extreme for weather. Yeah, I kind of get that, but it gives us all a basis to work from. That's the important bit. It gives us the idea. If you say 0, it's literally freezing outside. You say 100, it's literally boiling. You say it's 20, you're like, it's all right. 50, pretty bloody warm. $50 degrees C outside, very warm. England, we start to panic when it gets around 40. Sometimes it does hit 40 degrees outside, and you know what? That's when the English start to melt. We had a day of it being 53 last year. It was awful. It was awful, wasn't it? I had to go to Costco and buy an air conditioner, then stand next to it like I was worshipping some weird chunk of plastic and metal as it made me cold. That's only 2 days of the year in the UK. 2 days is like a week in days. Okay, at the stone. I keep forgetting that I could just summon people as a warlock. Oh, goodness me. It's been a long day so far. Let's kill that guy. No way the UK hit 50 degrees last year. I think the highest we got was a single day of it being like 45. I'm helping this person do some killing. Because he needs some help. I know he's a member of the Horde, but I still think that we should occasionally help each other out. What's that in French for our units? 3 football fields. Ooh. 50 degrees is like 120. It was very, very, very hot. What was the hottest day in the UK last year? Hang on. UK. The UK hottest day it was in 2022 and it was 40 degrees, which is 105 Fahrenheit. Yeah. The hottest day in the UK was 40 degrees. 40.3. Which is pretty damn hot. Okay, who needs a summon? And you also forget that the UK is built to very much keep heat in to the houses. So when it got super hot, you don't meet the level requirements. You are level 33 and Uldaman is level 36. Public buildings have air conditioning. Most actual homes don't. You can summon... I can summon, can't I? What if I try and summon you? We can Warlock summon you. We need 2 people. 1 more person for a Warlock summon. You need 3 people for a Warlock summon. Because what I can do is I can go to Demonology and I can click. Where's Summon? Where's Summon Person? Is it General? No. Affliction? Oh, Ritual of Summoning. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, we need 1 more person. Elsie is waiting for a summon, and... Right, I'm too low to click the stone, so it's up to Mr. Strife. We need 1 more person to do a Warlock summon. So what I can do is we can click for... Hang on. Elsie, if you're waiting, we summon you with that. Then you support me doing this, and then we Warlock summon. Oh, I've got this. I'm understanding it. I think I know what I'm doing right now. You hope I've got soul shards? So many. Right, so then who needs to be summoned? Who was level 33? And then we do Ritual of Summoning. And then you guys support me with the Ritual of Summoning. Perfect. Can't you summon everyone with the big stone? Not if they're not within the level range. They need to be within the level range to be summoned. Who else is not here? Nina, are you coming with us as well? Surely we can just summon you with the stone. Yeah, Nina, you can be summoned with the stone. Look at me doing Warlock things. I am beginning to believe. Remember that most of the year... Hang on, this can't be true, says my Exilus. You're about saying that the UK is not prepared for heat. It's not prepared for heat at all. The UK is just straight up not ready for things to be warm. It's not worth getting air conditioning for like the month that it gets hot. The UK has never taken air conditioning in houses as a thing that gets built. If you look at If you look at almost any new housing development where they're selling houses, not apartments or apartment blocks, but houses, they do not get built with air conditioning in them. As a Californian, your hot isn't hot. Yeah, it is. It's just different within the context of what the country is built for. This is not the suffering Olympics. We're not going to be out here being like, you think you've got it bad. We've got it way worse. California is also set up to be able to deal with it better. Now, you guys get incredible heat. You really do. You've got incredible heat, and you're set up to be able to try and combat some of it, which helps. The UK is set up to deal with nothing, which means even when we get a small bit of heat that you guys will consider quite cold, it's incredibly warm. And what I love is every time an American comes over to the UK during summer, they always go, oh my God, I didn't realize how warm and humid it gets in buildings that aren't designed to deal with the heat. Almost every single American that comes over and experiences the 1 week of summer we get ends up agreeing that it's bloody warm. I know there's this idea of trying to outwarm. Everything is a competition. Everything is about having a level of prestige to it. Everything is, you aren't suffering the most, we're suffering the most. You don't get that, we get that. You don't understand that, we understand that. Yeah, my dad could beat up your dad kind of thing. That's what it is. There are 2 quests nearby over here, guys, which we can go and get. Yeah. My air conditioning could beat up your air conditioning, because my air conditioning exists. Elitism, yeah, exactly. Elitism isn't a good thing. And we need to form a collective who can all inform people that we are better than they are, because we are less elite. So I think all of us should collectively agree that this stream, members of this stream, and members of especially the Patreon, are actively better than other people because we are less elitist than they are. Oh, Nina's AFK. Yeah, sure, we'll go back. Am I still on my manipulation trip? It's not a manipulation trip. It's a journey of self-confidence. Are we all here? I think we're all here. Right, no, we're not. Nina's there. Anyone not done this dungeon before? There's a little puzzle to solve. Are we actively better at being humble now too? I think I've always been better at being humble than other people. It's just a natural skill that comes to me. I was listening to the GD story when I got a call and had to stop right when you were at the punchline. I got back and you were about to tell the punchline. Sturdy, I'm glad. I'm glad. Go back and listen to it all again. Listen to the whole thing again from the start. I think we are probably the most humble community on the internet. Other communities are just really crap at being humble. We're good, though. Just tuned in. Why are you minionless? Because I don't need one. Straight up don't need one, bro. I know what I'm about. And what I'm about is damage. Why would I need minions while I've got a Twitch chat? You guys good? There we are. Right, I'll just wait. There we go. We're all in. Lovely stuff. I'm humble, but how's my whimsy? Better than ever. Straight up better than ever. Okay, full clear for the XP.
Look at my hoof. Does this crack look infected?
Tank, grab what you need. Let's do this. Healer, keep the tank and me alive. Ideally me. Give the tank a few moments to grab aggro, and we'll kill everything. Yeah, keep the Warlocks alive. That's what we really need. That's where the real DPS happens. Lol, this guy loves listening to himself manipulate. I'm out. Was that a reference to yesterday with this guy loves listening to himself talk? I love that. People don't seem to get Twitch, do they? That was a good reference. That was a 5 out of 7 reference. Perfect score. What server is this? Era or TBC Anniversary? If you look at the top of the screen, you'll see it says, WoW Classic Anniversary. I'm out of mana already? God damn, I've got to start punching myself in the face more. Hang on, I've got a better punch self in face spell. I just realized that. Right, what was the spell? Life Tap. Right, get me rank 4 Life Tap. Currently I've got rank 3. Get out of here, rank 3 Life Tap. Friendship ended with rank 3 Life Tap. What's the server called? Thunderstrike. It's also at the top of the screen. Can you get BOW? Do you mean breathe? Oh, water? Sure. Everyone can. Right, we're all breathing now. We're all ready. Yeah, but are you on EU or EU? We're on a EU, which is also at the top of the screen. Let's go with the Oracle first. The Oracle is the healer. Kill the Oracle first. And then once damage has been created, I'm going to destroy Healing Ward. We rain of fire everything. Let's go. What does EU stand for? Everyone Union. That's what's in the guild. Never played Baldur's Gate before. Should you start with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Yes. I would say start with... 1 and 2 are very different to 3. I prefer Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 over Baldur's Gate 3. I think that it's a good game, but I personally prefer the gameplay of 1 and 2. There we go. Have I played 3 though? I've played a bit of it on PlayStation. Visa, hi, I hope you have a lovely week ahead of you. Visa, I will have a lovely week ahead of us. We're going to be doing a hell of a lot of Albion Online. So I hope you're ready for that. Okay, hang on, there we go. Let's kill this low health pillager first. I think I need some kind of mana potion. Then we do damage. It's going to be a hardcore chill kind of week. It really is. I would say that it's very much going to be focused on playing as much Albion as we possibly can. You see the Path of Exile banner got updated to Albion after a year. Yeah, so Path of Exile were fun to work with, and they didn't pay for the banner beyond the time, but I like them, so I just left it up. You know, I'm just that kind of guy. Good job. Very good job, team. Tank. Excellent job, Nina. No one's died yet, so good job. You can't take you serious as a streamer without purple lights in the background and a billy shelf. I have got an entire IKEA Kallax unit over there. You just can't see it. You know that it's a real streamer when they've got an IKEA Kallax unit behind them and their own logo made in a neon light. Where the RGB is there. Maybe I shot 690 crit. Fantastic. That was a 690 crit, guys. You know what I am noticing, though? I don't know if you guys have seen this, but because I'm casting a higher level Shadow Bolt, I'm actually running out of mana a bit quicker than I normally would. Is that meant to happen? Because normally I would cast an easier Shadow Bolt, and I would obviously be able to, you know, cast more of them, but... Is that a bug? I can't cast as many Shadow Bolts as I used to. I can't Shadow Bolt like a young man anymore. I think it's a bug. It's just not been caught in 20 years. I'll send it as a bug report. Destroy the healing ward. You do not get to heal. That is not the way this works. Well, we pulled more of them, so that's great. We're doing good. Doing good, guys. Good job. Let's go with the Oracle first if we can. I'd say we're doing pretty well. To say that the... I don't think we're perfectly leveled for this. I will deal with the healing ward. It's a question of age. Soon you'll see that your wand doesn't reach as far, and your bolts begin to fall short, and your magical orbs are just hanging lower than they hung before. That's when you've got to start really taking the magical pills. Hey, we got the Shadow Necklace quest item. Fantastic. Quest item loot. Fantastic. And then we follow the tank. Tank, take us on a journey. Hi Josh, when playing Warlock, your mana bar is the green one on top of the... Yes, exactly, it is. I've realised that. Does that happen to how Gandalf felt? Yes. What game is this? This is exceptionally highly modded Nintendogs. Now, you might look at it and think, Josh, that looks a bit like World of Warcraft. That's where you'd be mistaken. This is very heavily modded Nintendogs. And the reason I do that is because that is the only game, as we know, that girls play. So if I want this stream to appeal to girl gamers as well, I need to play a game that they will recognize. And my choices are... The choices aren't real games. So you have a choice of Nintendogs, The Sims, Dark Souls 2, and Global Thermonuclear War. They're the only 4 games that girls play. If you start by saying, hey, this is an MMORPG, they go, what is that? I don't understand. I'm going to return to my Sims family. But if you say this is modded Nintendogs, they're like, I get you. I understand what's going on here. Lies. You are a woman and you play more than that. You tell me one game that women play that's not The Sims, Nintendogs, Dark Souls 2, and Global Thermonuclear War. Oh, wait. Dead by Daylight, Crusader Kings, The Sims 2. Okay, we're going to combine all of the Sims into just one big Sim game. Barbie's Dream Adventure. Trick question. Girls don't play that. It's a very hardcore, difficult game. Metal Gear Solid 3. Girls play Metal Gear Solid 3. What a thrill. With darkness and silence in the night, eh? Hello Kitty Island Adventure. No, too hardcore. He's ignoring Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is a dangerous, scary game about the true effects of getting into debt with tiny bells. Animal Crossing feeds into the unrealistic millennial dream of one day owning property. Girls love Skyrim. Which version? Alright. Oh, you love Skyrim? Name all the Skyrims. The one on my smart fridge. Skyrim 2, Electric Boogaloo. If Skyrim was so good, why don't they make Skyrim 2? The legendary epic masterful elite classist edition. That's my favorite one. The one where you can unionize. I played Bejeweled, I'll have you know. Obviously, we all played Bejeweled. Flappy Bird, of course, brought us all together. Skyrim 2, Skyrim Harder. What else? The ones where the mod cost money. Hello, Bethesda. It's nice to have you with us. I like the game with the dragon where it goes Fus Rodar. See, that's the kind of answer that I would have believed. For those of you who are unaware, I am being remarkably pedantic and facetious and joking and sarcastic. Women play lots of games. Mostly, for some reason, Dead by Daylight. Was that sarcasm? Can I say? For some reason, people do genuinely think. They think the monsters are cute. I didn't want to say it, but if there are women in the chat, obviously if you don't feel comfortable outing yourself as a woman online, I completely understand, but I do need to ask. Is it just because you want to fuck the monsters? Because it can't be for the gameplay. Like, I've played the game. Look, the Wraith is cute. I mean, we can agree the Wraith is cute. We can completely agree the Wraith is cute. No one's arguing that. I think Dead by Daylight very much managed to find that niche. I think Dead by Daylight looked at AO3 and went, we can gamify that. There is the Dead by Daylight dating sim for a reason. Because they want to be picked up and impaled in a different way.
I can't cast that yet.
Is this classic era? This is the Burning Crusade anniversary expansion. Date by Daylight. Yeah, that could work. Date by Daylight. Look, guys and girls, I'm not making moral judgments. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just out here trying to connect, trying to empathize. Dead by Daylight is what happens when you ask a bunch of women what's your ultimate hear me out and then just make a game of it. That's what it is. I'm just out here manipulating. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking questions. Date by Daylight would be an awesome dating website. There is a Dead by Daylight dating game. I'm not even joking. There genuinely is. This group is doing really well, by the way. Good job to everyone. Hey, this is a no judgment zone, okay? No judgment zone. We don't kink shame here. Unless your kink is being shamed, in which case it's wrong and naughty and you should feel bad.
Alone be praised.
Let's continue to kill these guys just so we can get the experience. Kill for experience? I mean, we can kill for experience or not. Just move on. Tank, it's your call. That's fine. I would just say because these are around our level, they would be really good experience in general. You think you learned something about you. This stream is about exposing people to new ideas and asking you to think differently about things, such as how sexy is Jason Voorhees? The Knight's Headguard of Defense. Not as good as my Embalmed Shroud. Should probably kill the Oracle first, to be fair. Oddly, very. Oh, CD says low tier. Right, I see that we have some kind of expert in here. Right, CD, please rate all of the characters from Dead by Daylight in order of shagability. We've got time. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I feel that we've got to that level of stream. CD, you can't be here and not be willing to do that. I need S tiers. I'm making my tier list now, one moment. She understood the assignment. CD picked up what I was putting down and ran with it. That's my streamer right there. Is today just trying to get as weird as possible? Listen, we couldn't have done this yesterday because there were too many kids in the chat. But we can do it today because this is an adult conversation with adults. CD is truly a hero. S tier is the hag. Well, if you put hag in S tier and put the S in front of it, you do just get shag. So in a way, yes, an S tier hag is just shag. We are asking the mature questions right now, guys. This is what we need to know. This is the important moment. Galaxy brain moment. Thank you. You can't argue with it. You can try and you wish you could, but you can't. Is that what they call hag maxing? Could be. This is the adult conversations. People say these conversations are not safe for work, but if your work is a professional fan fiction writer, I would say this is research. If anything, these conversations are needed. Fortnite is daycare for children. WoW is the retirement home. And I think from what I can tell, Dead by Daylight is literally horny jail. It is, isn't it? Should you become a professional fanfic writer? You can try. I would say we do the Stone Vault Pillager next, guys. Just so I can tap myself for some more damage. You don't know if you're mature enough to handle those topics. None of us ever truly know until we give it a go. If you die horny, do you become a horny ghost? That's a good question. I think if you die horny, you become a whiskey, which is a hard spirit. Oh, sensible chuckle. Oh, that is great. Oh, goodness me. Oh, smiled. Hey, all the kids are watching. Well, they shouldn't be. Go back to your Fortnites. Get off my lawn. My wife rolled her eyes, I laughed. I'm glad. This is fun for the whole family, provided the family are just absolute degenerates. Right, well, grabbed the oracle here. I'll kill this healing ward and destroy the oracle. I would unsub if I wasn't already not paying. If you want to really prove me wrong, what you should do is subscribe to the Patreon and then send me a message explaining why I'm wrong. Yet here you are again, slow dancing with the devil. I realize this list is revealing some things. CD, it probably will be, but I will know you better, and I will understand you better. And we will all learn, and we will all respect you. We will all respect you, to a degree. Do not back down, give us the list. We won't judge. Have you made a tier list? I think I might need to mod you so you can do this. Hang on. Let me just mod you so you can put this up here. There we go. You have mod positions now. You have joined Inju and Red in the hallowed halls of moddom. I think if you type now, you should see a little sword by your name. That sword. Josh VIPs can do that too. Well, now we have a mod. CD, you have, unfortunately... This is so much pressure. CD, if it's not a good list, I'm taking it away. You know what? That's a good point. Inju, I think you will probably know more about this than I do. Inju, if CD's list of shaggability of the enemies from Dead by Daylight is not a good list, we can unmod them. Okay? That's the rules. Of all the places this stream was going, you did not see this coming. Neither did I. I think that's fair. If it's not a good list, unmodded and banned. What have I walked in on? Vale, you ever played Dead by Daylight? I want no part of this. I want to leave. You can always leave. But you can never go. Have any of us picked up the item that drops from the mobs for this? Can I, though? You can if you want to, genuinely. I'm not being silly with that. If you are uncomfortable here, you can leave. You can't leave. Nothing else going on right now. I'm glad that you're here because literally nothing else is happening. Okay, so you've got the Shaft of Soul. So you've grabbed the shaft, somebody else needs to have the head. Don't. This is actually what happens in the game. We need the top part of the staff, and there's the bottom part of the staff, and someone else has it somewhere. I don't think I've got it. It drops from a boss somewhere. Might be one of these guys. Who else has the other bit? Whoever it is, trade it to Vern. Or Vero. And then Vero uses it on that thing just there. And that works. I'd leave, but I guess I'd rather have you here than just stare at the wall. I have realized that a lot of my demographic is just people who don't want to be alone. And I think my skill is in making them understand that that isn't that bad. And that's an important part to play in the online demographic. People are like, I don't want to be alone. And then they spend a few hours with me and they're like, you know what? On second thoughts, actually, you've shown me the error of my ways. You have shafted the medallion. Fantastic. Let's kill this oracle over here, then stick it in the hole. Can you say that on stream? I did, apparently. Peace comes from within. It does indeed. Unfortunately, this stream is very much showing you what it looks like without. Excellent low-volume content during team meetings. I'm glad. I am terrified what your team meeting would continue fine if they knew this was where the stream was going to. What would be your review for this stream? Like, would you put it on in the background while you pretend to work? Is that what this stream pretty much is? Barco just went bad. Some of you are here because you're entertaining, and some of you are here because you hate watching. And I respect both sides equally. We're both... It's a stream. Thanks, Anna. That's a good review. It's a stream. Right, let's summon the big woman boss. Right. Stick it in the house. Also, the camera does a weird thing when you come down here. You seen this? Maybe this is what it means to be tiny. If you have the full stick. I'm sticking it in. Excellent. Good. I'm glad this is going well. Utter whelm. And now we summon the big woman. I'm still waiting for CD's list here. Is it everything going to be an S tier? I bet everything's an S tier, isn't it? Because there can be different values. Now we summon the... You're working on it. Okay. Okay. And now the big woman, Ironaya. Let's go. Good luck, tank. Good luck, me. Yeah, she moans a lot as well. You throw a wet ghost at a woman and she just won't stop moaning at you. God damn. You made me quit Twitter unironically, and I'm much more productive and much more happy. Astro, I'm not even kidding when I say it's a terrible thing for mental health. Like, I'm not even lying. It straight up is a bad thing for mental health. If you can quit Twitter, please goddamn do. She is one you might want to downrank your Shadow Bolt. What, and cast a worse Shadow Bolt? Hell no. If anything, I want to uprank my Shadow Bolt and just start slapping myself in the face more. The Stone Weaver. Oh, cool, that's what I needed. Increases damage and healing by magical spells by up to 9. That is better than my Conjurer's Breaches of the Whale. That is actually perfect. Magical spells, damage increases by up to 9. More spirit, more stamina. Hells yes. Equipping them if I can. Did I not get them? I'm going to need them. I'm going to equip them if I get them. I'm going to put the big lady's trousers on. Yeah, we did. So more armor, more spirit, more stamina, more spell power? Cool. Okay. On they go. 205, 232. If we equip those, does it change that? No, it doesn't. That changes. Cool. Freshly warm pants. Freshly worn pants. That's where the damage comes from. Then we pop in here and I think... Explore the hidden chamber. We've explored the big lady's hidden chamber and taken her pants as a souvenir. That is the most World of Warcraft thing I've ever said. How do pants deal the damage though? They increase the D. PS. This stream has been a stream. Just realised I've attacked all the scorpions and probably shouldn't have done. But I will instead stand here and do a lot of damage to all of them. Well, they all died. We have all become different from this stream. Not necessarily better, but better. Will I address the swollen ball allegations? They are unfounded, as in I have not found the allegations yet. The first half of the stream was pretty streamy. The second half was whelming. We have become something. Hey, congrats. Well done. This entire stream is an information hazard, as in you will learn things that you probably didn't want to know. It has at least been a fun stream. I'm hoping that some of you have been distracted from what you should have been doing at work. CD says, list is done. You're a mod, you can post it. You can post the list. Whether it's a tier list you've made on a website somewhere, or a list you've just written and want to stick it in the Discord. Either way. Well done. If I had a job to quit, I would quit it to be here. I'm afraid I must step away for the evening. You're just scared because the list has been made. You must go play the Death Watch tabletop role-playing game. Do it! Let me know how it goes. Is the list whelming? Everything is in S tier.
I can't cast that yet.
I'm an A&E nurse. Are you trying to distract me from my work? I was hoping that you wouldn't be distracted at all. If I need an accident and emergency nurse, and I'm like, nurse, I need attention right now, and she's like, hang on, I just want to read this list of the monster shag ability from Dead by Daylight, I would be like, fair play. What's the list? You're a cybersecurity analyst and you're letting all the hackers in. Jolma, do your job. Type fast on 2 keyboards at once. They're hacking into the mainframe. Put the firewall up. I've seen NCIS. I know how it works. I've seen NCIS. I know that you can hack quickly if you type with 2 people on the same keyboard at once. And I know that if a cyber hacker runs away from you in cyberspace on the internet the information superhighway, what you need to do is chase them in-game. You need to backtrace that with the cyber police. You're all saved. Thank you. Oh, goodness me. We nearly let the hackers into the mainframe matrix. On Tron bikes. That's how you actually hack properly. You just use Tron bikes. Actually, serious question, Jolma. If you are a cybersecurity analyst, have you ever looked at a picture and said enhance? I just want to know if you have or haven't. I kind of really hope you have at some point. If you haven't, why not? Let's kill this geologist. Stupid geologist. Yes, just yesterday while watching Sex and the City with my girlfriend. Right, Jolma. This is my fault. You're not feeding into the image that I have of you in my head. When you said you're a cybersecurity analyst, the image that I have of you is of the cybersecurity analyst from the James Bond film GoldenEye. Okay? I'm kind of expecting you to be stood in front of a vat of nitro while also typing in some kind of volcano lair. Boris. You're messing that up when you say that you're actually just sat inside in a nice apartment or house somewhere watching Sex and the City with your girlfriend. That's not as Bond as I wanted it to be. I have 5 screens on my office that help. Oh, that helps. That helps so much. Which one am I on? Also, CD, I love the fact that you have put an Imager link, which means that nobody in the UK is allowed to use it. Imager is banned in the UK because of the internet law, and I'm not joking. So, what I'm going to need you to do is screenshot that, and okay, cool, Red Sky has just sent, brilliant, Red Sky has sent an image up via Discord. S tier, hook me again and again. A tier, give me more. B tier, good for a one hooker. C tier is left me wanting. D tier is was I even impaled at all. And then the final tier is wouldn't even get to first base. I see. You're going to have to talk me through who these creatures are, and I appreciate the fact that CD has actually created this full list. So, what is the list? Who are the enemies on this? Is that the correct list? If you guys know... Oh, still in the game, you're here. Thank you. I was hoping to be able to ban you. If you guys that do play the Dead by Daylight game, is that a good list or a bad list? Because I actually don't know. You'll have to tell me if that is a good or a bad list. It has fairly new killers, so it's still adequate. Terrible list, 2 out of 10. Chucky at F. Boo. Oh, God, we've got some guys that like Chucky here. CD, you can stay as a mod. I appreciate the fact that you've given us that list. Thank you very much. That's a good point, Chucky. Maybe a bit too young to be in the S tier. Plague needs to be higher. Is Huntress, good list. We are learning. We've learned a lot about CD. Good list, well done. Hag and Trickster in the C tier. I think C did a good job of making a list right there. I think you did a good job. Well, that was a good job of the boss, and now we carry on. Deeper in. Let's go. Okay, so I think CD, first of all, putting the effort in to make that list was a good idea. Well done. Thank you for doing that. This was a good use of, honestly, everyone's time. I think everyone was important here. Chucky is literally a 40-year-old murderer in a doll's body. Sithis, have you just found a way to actually she's a 900-year-old dragon princess, but of horror villains? I can't believe that I just heard that argument being made. I know that she looks like a child, but actually she's a 9,000-year-old dragon princess, so it's fine. And you guys are like, actually, I know Chucky looks like a doll, but actually 40-year-old murderer. God damn, you guys are innovating with this. We're learning. I think CD has been remarkably brave and remarkably open and has honestly blessed us all in a way with this list. So thank you. We've learned a lot about things that we did or did not need to know. So thank you. Genuinely. That was fun. If only you had a wand to join in. Vero, I can't believe that you're not wanding the enemy like we are. Hello everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful day or night. Beeg, you ever played Dead by Daylight? Because we need input. Right, let me just channel this fire. God knows what Visa's gonna... What's Visa gonna do with this clip? If he's wise, just burn it. I feel that what Visa should do with this clip is download it to a USB and then store it in what effectively is the final scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Just all the way through in the end. You're too uncoordinated to play games. Apologies. No, Big, that's fine. You've actually managed to save yourself quite a lot of, I think, mental anguish. Not only because of the game itself, but because of what that would have meant you would have then had to do. So you have... Honestly, that was the best answer you could have possibly given. I am halfway to level 38, actually. I might even hit level 40, 50, or 60 with the Warlock. If we can get one Warlock level a day, I'll be happy. I'm pretty sure Dead by Daylight is just an aggressive dating simulator for women. Because it's all the people that they like. In that case, remember guys that we just want to pull the enemies to us via sight lines if possible. Well, that's a problem. Okay. I would say we focus this brawler if we can. We're doing good, guys. We're killing this brawler. Need to just drink some mana juice. And after doing that, we get one more Shadow Bolt, and we kill these guys. Some of you are asking if we can talk about killers in Dead by Daylight. You can, and this is the right place. You will not be judged. You will, however, be tier listed. Right, well, I think we may have just pulled everything. So, good luck, everyone. That's fine. If we focus our damage down, we can do this. Kill the Darkcaster first. Now kill this one. I would say we do the second Darkcaster because of the extreme damage they do. I'm going to start life tapping. It's tier list all the way down. What I need is I need someone to make a tier list of all the tier lists so I know which ones to pay attention to. Like a literary review of tier lists, like I did with the MMORPG games. If you could do that, I would appreciate it. You will not be judged, but you will be tier listed. Yes, that's the best way we can describe this stream. Did I just say TIE lapping or life tapping? I'm pretty sure I said life tapping. I didn't say TIE lapping. We don't TIE lap in this stream, alright? That is... You need a spotter for that. Now, if I'm correct, one of these guys drops some kind of magical stick. We're doing good, by the way, guys. We're doing really good. In fact, let's take a 2-minute AFK break while I pop to the bathroom. Grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, grab yourself some food. Here's a DVD logo, so you don't need to ever actually let the thoughts in. Here is a 4-minute countdown. I will see you in 4 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I'm back now. No more logo. Deal with it. Okay, let's see what we can do in the game. If I can get the special magical thing from this dwarf that makes me do more fire gooder, I'll be happy. That sentence made sense in my head before I said it. Put the logo back, says Sithis. You can't insult me like this. Okay? I did not come here to be insulted. I will go to other places to be insulted. I pay good money for that. Alright, I don't go to the amateur insults. Yeah, good of fire, unga bunga good. Thank you. We do more yes good of fire. I did not come here to be insulted because you guys have proven that you don't have the professionalism for it. Alright. That dude first. That guy. That stupid geologist. God, look at him. What a geologist. Studying rocks and stuff. What a nerd. Remember, as a warlock, A, B, C. Always be shadow bolting. Mara says, I think I'll start running in crop top and tiny running shorts. Will be fun, I bet. That's the only way to be. Running in a crop top and tiny running shorts is, from the videos that I've seen, the only way that you need to run. It's very important. Now, Josh, surely these are just Gymfluencer videos. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. Josh, I noticed you don't have easy access to unending breath on your hotbar. I suggest opening up your spellbook and putting it on there. I could do that, actually. That might be a good thing to do at some point. Right, let me just smack myself in the face and get more life. A Warlock life tapping is basically looks maxing, but of mana. Hammer your own face to get more resources. Mana maxing. That's what I'm doing. Full-on mana maxing. Right, give me your shoulders, dwarf. That's not your shoulders. That's a gun. Chance to strike your range target for fire damage. I mean, that's probably quite a good gun for a hunter. It's a good amount of damage. It does extra fire damage, but I do not need that. Tiny Peter Plays is raiding with a party of 41. How many of you within that raid have played Dead by Daylight? Don't leave. This is going somewhere, I promise. It might not be somewhere you want it to go, but you've raided. I'm in charge now. Everyone stay in. A show of hands. A show of hands would be good. Alk says you're going to horny jail. That's fine. Go there. Everyone there's horny too. It's the worst place to possibly send people. I know of it, but I haven't played it. Lionheart, in that case, you're going to be going purely off vibes for this one. Now, the vibes could be good, they could be bad. I'm kidding. We can't throw you straight in at that, guys. This is too much. This is too much pressure to throw the raiders into. We have to start them off on the simple ones. Right, there's a Geomancer. Kill the Geomancer first. A Spellcaster, get the Spellcaster down. Lionheart says okay. I like you, Lionheart. You're involved in this right now. You've raided in. Have you been in this stream before? I feel that this isn't so much throwing you in the deep end as it is burying you in kind of the Marinara Trench and hoping that you're able to surface and succeed. You've been here once. Was that enough? Did you need more? I played at IRL and I was playing 3 AM and daylight flashbanged my face. Gotcha. So you were in fact dead by daylight. Yes, the Marinara Trench. The Marinara Trench, it's full of pasta. I know what I said. The Marinara Trench is the one full of... It's not the Mariana Trench. That's different. The Marinara Trench is the one that is full of watery pasta. No, I kept meaning to look you up on here, but forgetting. I watch your channels on YouTube. Lionheart, you know what? I feel bad now. I feel that you're too innocent for what was about to happen. Hang on. You've made a minion of someone. There we go. Is pasta wet? It can be. Also, you dominated the enemy. I didn't know you had that skill. Well done. We can fix that. No. They must be protected. Hey, Josh, finally caught one of your streams. I like your worst MMO ever videos and retrospective videos. Thanks, Rock Devil. That's very kind of you. If you leave now, then your opinion of me will remain at that. And nothing will change, and all will be good with the world. But I do need to warn you that if you stay, you may see aspects of this stream, and of me, that you do not like. So please understand, that could be a problem. God damn, you dominated the other one as well. Well done. Okay, so you're currently dominating the minions you don't want to attack. I'm glad you're enjoying WoW. I haven't played in quite some time. You know, it's really good fun. I am enjoying it, genuinely. I wonder what today's JoshStrifeSays clip will be. Louis, I hate to think. It terrifies me that it could be anything. What do you think it should be? I think the Wet Ghost clip so far is the most famous one. We've seen the Clips channel. How much worse can you get? Oh, the Clips channel is just us complaining. The Clips channel is not the fun stuff. The Clips channel is just making people sad and unhappy. The real sadness and unhappiness, that's here. That's what actually happens day to day. The Clips channel is just when people get, angry and irritated and we talk emotionally. This is far worse. You don't think Dead by Daylight tier lists are making people unhappy? Maybe they're unhappy because they can't live out their true full fantasy of that. The real sadness was the friends we made along the way. Yeah. Is Visa working on it now? Visa's probably currently in like a super position of crying through sadness and crying through excessive work. The real fun starts when we get a little bit silly. And I think we get quite silly in this stream. Let's go this way. Geomancer first. Geomancer first because these are the guys that do the most damage over the longest time. You always make great points though, intelligent and objective. That is definitely what I've convinced people of. That's true. WTF are jorts. Jorts are jean shorts. There is an excellent video on YouTube by Brian David Gilbert about jorts. And I feel that you should all watch it. Because understanding how to jort a jean is very important. And there is nothing worse than a jean jorted before its time. Jorts are a status symbol. They are a moment. They are a feeling. In a way, jorts are all of us. You have multiple jorts, says Mara. Could you wear one pair of jorts on one leg and another pair on the other? And then like a denim thong in between to combine and cover everything, where you would effectively have two empty leg holes of jorts on either side of your legs. And then what you could do is somebody else who wants to wear them steps into that spare jort hole. And if they do the same thing, we could create a chain. If you had 10 people... Josh, please stop talking. Anna, just because I'm giving you images in your head of powerful moments in life, we need to... It's the human jortipede. That's what it could be. I like how Vero in the chat has just put, what? Okay, I'm out. Dialysis beckons later. Kill, I'm assuming that dialysis was planned beforehand and you didn't just expose yourself to 5 minutes of the stream and gone, I need some dialysis, and decided to leave. Did I see Warhammer added a bunch of their old titles onto Steam? I did not. You're doing more damage to your party than anyone has in the dungeon. I hope to never hear the word human jortipede ever again. What you all fail to understand is that my Warlock is still doing damage over time. It's just mental and to my own team. You need to cleanse your body in a way that nature can't. No one's insurance covers this. The way you can imagine a human jortipede is, imagine 10 people standing shoulder to shoulder in a line, each of them wearing jorts, all standing up, and then just take the jorts and shift them all one leg to the left or right. That would connect people together. Like a big denim slinky. Anna, you keep saying that you want me to stop, and yet you are still here. Someone in the chat is going to have the ability to draw. Vero has just said, I don't want to imagine it, Josh. That's fine. I'm going to create a situation where you no longer need to imagine, you can just view. Someone in the chat is an artist. Janecraft is in the guild. I know that obviously Janecraft normally does, you know, good art. But I feel they could probably make an exception. Right, Geomancer first. We're all mannered up. Let's go.
Me, Grimlock, king!
Let's go with the old Geomancer first. The Jortapede plushie is not happening. Pinku, let me have a chat. Let's have a business meeting, Pinku. Because I know that you normally make exceptionally good art and artwork, and you normally make incredible plushies, and I love the work that you do. But just consider, the Jortapede is going to happen at some point. Do you want to be in at the ground floor, or do you want to be someone like everyone else who's going to want in when it becomes popular? So, Dead by Daylight tier list and a Jortapede. Who, show of hands, who misses the weekend streams? Serene, all you've said is no for the last 5 messages you've sent. I'm getting a feeling that you aren't liking the direction this stream is taking. Serene's like me, I miss it. Bring back the misogynists. They were easier to deal with than the mental visions of the Jortapede. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I can't be what you need me to be. Whatever, I give up. PM's like, I give up, it's not working anymore. Hi Josh, I keep a list of memorable quotes on my phone for rainy days. Any life quotes that are top of the mind? Do you mean like serious life quotes? Oh, hang on, that's amazing. Grimlock's tribal vestments increase damage and healing done by magical spells by up to 15. That actually is better than what I need. There's your life quote right there. You really can't miss a day on this stream. What the fuck is a Jortapede? RN, we only created it an hour ago. Do you want to actually know? Stamina, intellect, and spirit. Do I need that? Damage and healing. 68 armor. I probably do need that, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna need that because I will equip it as soon as I get to the next level. You can't even Google Jortapede. Have we created a Google whack? Fantastic. A Google whack is a Google search with one result. We may have created one. Would anyone like a mana cookie at some point? There we go. I have known and now I regret everything. Right, so the Jortapede is... Jorts are jean shorts. Everything is fine so far. Imagine that you are standing next to someone, shoulder to shoulder, standing up, and you are both wearing jorts. Now imagine that you remove the jorts, but then you effectively re-equipped them on the right leg of one person, but the left leg of another, joining them by jorts. Then they both put someone to the side of them, and they put jorts on in the same way. Effectively, 2 people sharing one pair of trousers. Or jorts in this case. Add enough people to that, and you would create the human Jortapede. Don't say, Josh, please, listen, this requires scientific explanation. Can we get a Microsoft Paint visual description of this Jortapede? No. I think it honestly should best live in our minds. If the Jortapede stands in a circle with all the jorts shared and no legs bare, does it become a Jortaboros? I think it would do. I think there's no way it couldn't, to be honest. My day has been shit, and the tier list and the Jortapede replaced it because that's worse. You know what? I think this stream does serve a precious lesson. No matter how bad your day is, we can collectively make it worse. When the Jortaboros moves, which way is forward? Ah, interesting question. So when the Jortaboros moves, it actually only ever moves society and moral collectivism backwards. Inju says you think you finally lost your mind. Inju, do you believe that? Do you truly believe that? It's giving GCSE drama, isn't it? That's what this kind of whole stream is. Questions and sentences that really shouldn't have been said. And Scat says, I haven't understood most of what you said for the past hour. Sometimes the chaotic swirling thoughts in my mind congeal into a stream that normally happens on a Monday, that normally happens after Saturday and Sunday, which is where Monday traditionally is. And we just kind of need to get it out, you know? You tried to combine a crab and a cheetah, but it went sideways very quickly. We're back to good jokes. Good jokes. Oh, this has been one of the streams ever. I was about to say this has been a good stream, but let's not go that far. let's not lie. We're definitely doing good, though. Like I would never lie. I've never told a lie in my life. Apart from that one. Let's kill this guy. Are you an Akeno or Rias fan, Josh? They're both just so good. It's hard to say yes or no to that question because, and I've got to really explain this, I don't know who those people are. The title is very appealing. Alas, this is not true for me. I'm sorry that it's not true for you. Is it not true for you because you do indeed have school tomorrow, or you do indeed have homework? What is Akeno? Is it some kind of K-pop? Of all the streams I've ever done, this is one of them. You have work tomorrow. That's fair. I mean, so do I, but, like, it's probably not as serious as yours. Red says, I need to go and burn my jorts. You will never look at the jort the same again. This doesn't leave containment. It's already left containment. Do you think somewhere out there there's someone wearing the jean leg cutoffs that create the jorts? Is that how thigh-high boots are made? the Japs! The jean chaps! That sounds remarkably racist. And that has returned us to the racism tier list. I don't think it's going to be a good thing to say. I wonder what we're doing with the Japs when people don't know that it means jean chaps and is not just an offensive way to refer to Japanese people. Oh, it's been a funny day today. Well, I knew I'd be cancelled eventually. I hope we have a good time and you're able to take your jorts forward without me. Ooh. Oh, Serene, I hate that you're laughing too. What a day. What a day we've had today. What a thing we've learned. Ver, you best apologize to everyone. We've had some laughs today. Some that we probably shouldn't have had. But we've had them. The Jortopede is, of course, accepting of everyone. There have been some tears. We've laughed, we've cried. Our lives have been changed in ways that we kind of hoped they would never be. And now a hype train is happening. Why is a hype train happening? Inju, I think, has ascended to a higher plane. Inju, do you ever look at what you do during the day and think, why? Of all the places you could be, why this stream? I'm going to work now and have all of this in my thoughts. Thanks, Godless. Sabi T is writing in Japanese. No regrets. I do worry about you, Inju. Do you need me to send you some jorts or something? You missed the jortipede explanation. Well, thankfully I can give it again. Inju, don't let him threaten you with those things. Dear God, God's left. God's not here anymore. God saw what was going on and ran. I'm going to wear jorts to every convention from now on. I don't like the fact that that's going to mean that if people want to recognize me at a convention, or if people decide, we're going to go to a convention, let's dress to show that we're fans of JoshStrifeHayes. It's just people in white shirts, waistcoats, and jorts. I don't like that. We were nearly cool. We were this close to greatness. And a mug. If you see someone standing there in jorts, a white shirt, a waistcoat, and a mug, you would look at them and think, that is a person who struggles with social connections. I swear to God, if I ever go to MCM and there's a frickin' jortipede there. Other YouTubers get cool fans. I've just got a jortipede following me around. Am I wearing jorts right now? I'm wearing long jorts. You thought jort is something to eat. Nope, it is a jean short. Jorts are jean shorts. Will you be sad when the jortipede drowns? I think, honestly, I will thank whatever God has allowed it to happen. Just cut the legs off a pair of jeans. You can make them yourself. Do you need to wait a full circle? This stream is roughly a 30-minute loop of jorts. Let's go do the final boss. See what we can do. Where is the final boss? Is it down here? It's a 30-minute dupe. Does that mean the export of this stream is 2 hours long? 2 jorts per hour? It could be. The enemies are resisting my fire, which I don't like. Need to find a way to make them not. I don't understand why a hype train is going on. When do warlocks get banished, by the way? That's a good question. When do we get banished? What is banish? What do you think banish is? Not got it here. I've not got it there. Lots of chat interaction can start a hype train. Gotcha. Okay. Banish is when you banish someone. Oh my goodness, thank you. I'm glad you're here. I feel people are fueling him to become more cursed. I feel that I don't want to be known as JoshStrifeHayes. You can banish a mob to the Shadow Realm so they can't do anything for a bit. Okay. I don't think I have banish anywhere. No, I don't. I've got subjugate. Because the boss is majorly hard. Okay, and we'll do crowd control-y stuff. Gotcha.
That's still recharging.
Crowd control removes a single target from battle. Gotcha. Alright, well, Nina's dead. Maybe we've bitten off more than we can chew here. I feel that maybe if I do this, I will save everyone. Oh, no, I'll just die. That's fine, we did okay. I didn't soulstone myself because I didn't... That's the end of the sentence, to be honest. His groups would fare a lot better if he used one quality of life mod. No. We're doing fine. It was great up until there. Oh, I'm being resurrected. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know what? Would you like a soul stone? Who would like? Who up? Souling they stone. Hang on, where the hell is soulstone? Oh, it's there. Create soulstone. I've got banish. I forgot that I had banish. Right, hang on. Create soulstone. Right. Who would like soulstone? Maybe I'll give it to the thing. Right. Vero, here's a soulstone. Good luck. Don't die. Now, banish. I will put banish on my bar, but I will remove it as and when I need to. I will banish the circle. Right. Banish is only works on demons and elementals. The Stone Steward is indeed an elemental, so I will banish you. Are you guys ready? So many questions with no answers. That's just how the world is. They're immune to being banished, it seems. Okay, cool. Stonebreaker. Let's banish you instead. I'm silenced, it seems. Why am I unable to do that? Stone Carver? You're an elemental. Okay, the elemental is freaking immune to being banished. It's the one thing that I should be able to banish. Why is it not banishing? That's stupid. They are not an elemental. They are, though. They're literally at the bottom. Level 39 elemental elite. It says it is an elemental in the bottom right. I can see it when I hover over it. Because it's a boss encounter. It's an elite. Can you not banish an elite? This is stupid. Right, you're a humanoid. You're a humanoid. They're immune to being banished, so I've got like a useless banish spell. Can't believe this. Right, hold aggro as best you can. Burn everything down. Hold the best aggro. If not, I will then attack this thing. Elites in Classic are immune to most crowd control spells. Well, there's no bloody point then, is there? Fine. Set myself on fire. See how you like that, you stupid banishing thing. We're doing good though, guys. We're nearly close to another level. It works in Molten Core. It should work here. That's true. They are special ones. I don't care how special they think they are. They should be able to be banished. You can't mind control them either. They've got no mind. They're a rock robot. Okay. Let's wait for mana. I also require mana. Can I life tap myself several times to get more mana? Health, please. Thank you. Cool. Okay, we've got this. I'm getting angry and edgy today. It's true. I'm entertained. The one time I've watched, Josh has added a spell to his spell bar and the spell doesn't even work. This is why the bars are stupid. Hate it here. This is practice for the boss. It is practice for the boss. My head and chest are broken anyway, so I don't think I have anything else I can put on. Oh, there we go. Remember, these guys blow up. Oh god. Okay. Why would you resist my spell? That's honestly quite rude. There we go. I'm doing too much damage, guys. That's the problem. I'm too good. Maybe I should put on some kind of damage over time. Like a DeMott, which stands for damage over some time. Watching the real Jort Centipede Master. Is he the brother of the Renegade Master, who is back once again with the ill behavior? Power to the people. Jort Center Master. Back once again with the Jort behavior. Do you guys ever notice that you can tell when the Renegade Master is back because the ill behavior does increase? Can the Jortipede be the stream mascot? Should not have streamed today. Should have stayed in bed. Should not have turned the PC on. Didn't need to be here. None of this had to have happened. Yeah, the D4 Damager. Power to the people. Back once again with the Jort Master. That's so oddly specific. Look, when you grow up in the UK, you learn the specific things. Yes, it did, and you created the Jortipede. I feel that the Jortipede is now going to be some kind of SCP information hazard. It didn't need to exist, but it does. Well done, guys. That was a good job. That was a very good job. What other songs do we believe could work for this? How would you rate from 1 to 10 the original movie Human Jortipede? I'd rate it a sideways 8, because it just does not stop. Why do you remind me of Churchill, the Churchill dog from the old adverts? Do I? Oh, yes. That was what he said in the advert, see? That was a reference to it. You know you could get the Churchill nodding dog, you put it in your car. England. Imagine if England was real. Okay. The Stone Steward is another elemental that I can probably banish. I will attempt to banish the circle. Do you want us to blitz through the golems as and when we kill? I think we have two. If we don't deal with them, it's really easy to be overwhelmed. Kill golems. Can do. We focus the golems as soon as they appear. Alright, go slow. Fight our way there. Are we going to kite the boss up here? Can we... I mean, we've still got some rooms for the boss yet. Still got a ramp till the boss. I want to see if I can banish the Stone Steward. Immune, can't do it. The Stone Steward cannot be banished because it's immune to the one spell that should affect it. Genius. Utter genius. Focus the skull if you can. And focus this skull if we can. And when you've got the aggro, we do the fire rain. What happens if Great Britain runs out of queens? I've been to the Manchester Gay District. We are nowhere near close to that. Believe me, the supply is ample. True story, I was doing a show in Manchester a couple of, probably months ago now, and after the show my friends were like, hey, do you want to just go out and see what the town is like? So I went out to see what... I've never been to Manchester before. So yeah, I went out to see what it was like, and I ended up in a place, if you know Manchester, you'll know, I ended up in a place called Canal Street. Is anyone from Manchester? Does anyone know Canal Street? Because I didn't. And they were like, yeah, you should come into this bar with us. And I went into the bar with them because I trusted them completely. And I saw the best drag queen act without even realizing I'd seen it. It was brilliant. It was so fun. I had a great time. I should have realized afterwards when the bar was just called Gay that I was going to have a good time. But yeah, straight up phenomenal drag queen. Witty, funny, fast. Oh, the drag shows, they were great. You'd never been there, you should go there. It was so much fun. I walked in, I was just wearing a shirt and a waistcoat, and I was like, everyone's so kind, everyone's so nice, everyone's really good looking. This is a gay bar. I'm going to know all the words to all of the musical songs. That's what happened. Sometimes you do walk past a bar and you're like, they're playing a lot of Ricky Martin. And then you're like, I see what's going on here. Let's get all the fire going down at the same time. Love this for us. That was a good job, guys. Well done. You know what? I think that gay bar, they truly were living a vida loca. Living the crazy life, as they say. Do you know what? The amount of jorts. Through the roof. Have we just discovered a mathematical theorem that will rate the fun of a bar by the jorts per square inch? Were they wearing the jorts upside inside out? They were living a vida loca. They were trying to push and pull me down. Living a vida loca. They were trying to wear me out. Living a vida loca. Probably shouldn't be doing the AoE stuff too much. Turn to the tank. The tank will re-grab the aggro after doing this. Focus the skull. I see, we're back to the dead mines. In a way, yes, these are just the dwarven dead mines. You think you're going to make peace with the Maker? In the game or in real life? I'm going to just eat some food. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Yes. You have all made your choice. Do you want to kite the boss up the ramp? Or do you want to fight it in the room? You can kite the boss up the ramp if you want to. That's fine, I'll support that. Sure, never done it before though. Neither have I. We could just fight it in the room if you want to. The door may close. So we may need to fight it in the room. Can you kite the boss up the ramp? Is that a thing you're able to do? Fighting in the room is harder and more epic. That does describe me. Maybe we should do that instead. One sec, take your time. Talking to other players? In an MMORPG? It's a crazy idea, but it just might work. And then the internet seems to have dropped out and we are trying to connect to the chat. Well, the bitrate's just dropped. How's the stream for everyone else? We all good? I assume we're all good still. Sounds like a slogan for the gay bar. Hard and epic. Jorts. Mighty Troll's blood potion regenerates health. Oh, thanks. That's going to be useful for me. I'll drink it right now. Drink this. Good. I'm glad that we have faith in each other. It's not just me then. What do you think? It's not just you. No, there's dodginess going on in here. Shadow damage in there? I mean, I can do fire damage. Oh, are they immune to fire? Are elementals immune to fire? Will shadow do more damage? That's a good question. Because if elementals... Fire elementals are... Yeah, but we're talking stone elementals. I've got stone elementals. We should be okay. Well, we got this. We know what we're doing. They love fire. It'll be great. Don't worry. I know what we're doing. This is fine. Wrong door. There we go. Good start. Good start. Look at him. Look at the big nerd. Okay. Right, guys. Time to majorly lock in. No dilly-dallying. Only shilly-shallying. And we fight in the room. Here we go.
Who dares awaken Arcadus? Who dares the wrath of the Makers?
So this might be tough. Here's a question. Do you still get directional damage bonuses if you cast a spell from behind? No. Okay. So, as a spellcaster, it really does not matter. which direction you're kind of casting spells from. I'll tell you what, if our tank can stay alive, we can keep doing a substantial amount of damage. I am seeing why the dots are useful.
Servants, defend the discs.
Oh, here we go. Got him. At least got most of them. This is great. We are doing, I would say, a pretty good job, to be honest. That was a really, really good bit of control. Dots tend to do damage over time. Yeah, I'm learning that. What I'm trying to do, though, is kill these things as soon as they pop up. Because we want to destroy the adds before they overwhelm the tank.
To my side, brothers, for the makers.
Okay, now we're getting the big boys. Now it's time to take the big boys down. If we can. Thank you for taking them off me, that was good. Keep the tank alive if at all possible. Yep. Everyone focus on the Vault Warder if possible. Nope. I think we're killing the main dude too fast right now. We're killing him so fast that all the enemies have, it seems, respawned. Well, I'm dead. But I believe in all of you guys. I think this may be a tad too difficult for us at this exact moment. I don't think we have a combat resurrection either. That's fine. Arcadius is on 12%. Burn Arc if possible. Arc's on 10. Burn Arc. I'm going to tell my team what to do. Full Burn Arc. See, now if we win, it's because of my instructions. 3%. You got this. 2%. Hit him. Hit him with your weapons and also your magic. He's on 2%. 1%. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. Because I, and also I'm a witch, valiantly sacrificed ourselves for you. It was very important that I lay on this exact bit of the floor. Good job, team. You guys locked in. That was liquid jorts right there. That was perfect. It's broken my shoes, which means I am actually right now wearing what look like long jorts. Stone of the Whale, Spirit and Stamina. That seems to be a Paladin ring right there. Spirit and Stamina. I don't think I need those things. Let me just double check. Spirit, health regeneration out of combat, stamina, increase health. I don't need any of those things. Pass. You are getting geared. And now we head through to the final room, where we can find an ancient treasure. Oh, okay. Umbral Wand of the Owl, 37 to 70 shadow damage. That's pretty cool. Imperial Cloak, Agility and Stamina, and Royal Gloves of the Eagle, Intellect and Stamina. They're pretty good for me, I suppose. That's good. Umbral Glove of the Owl. Sorry, Umbral Wand of the Owl. 37 to 70 shadow damage, intellect and spirit. That's an upgrade? I would say that is an upgrade. Imperial Cloak, Agility and Stamina, I don't need. Royal Gloves of the Eagle. They don't increase my damage, so no. Excellent, and now we see who gets what. I won the Umbral Wand, hooray! Which means when I can finally use it, I get to actually do more damage with it. Right, thank you guys. That was an excellent run. The quest here, if somebody can... Are you just lying in the piles of gold? Look at these people, look at them! God, you can't take them anywhere. That was excellent. You guys did really well. I am off. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I need to go and get myself some dinner. Guys, am I the ancient treasure? Well, I'm ancient. I wouldn't say that I'm a treasure. So, let's see who else is streaming, because I know that you guys don't want to be left alone with your thoughts, and the alternative is that you have to go and talk about jorts. I can see that Rage Darling is currently playing Warcraft right now, and you might need to go and say hello to her. So go and tell her of the jorts. Let her know of the jort ways and teach her. Maybe don't do that, because that would, you know, ruin her day. But I'd find it funny. Guys, go and have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Good night. God bless.